Ah! That was a long 50 seconds. True. It's because right before starting my stream, I realized I didn't have my model on. I was like, oh, whoopsie. I might need that one. It's a stream within a stream. Wait. Hold up a second. Stream within a stream within a stream. This is so much Inception right now. Horseception. Horseception. Wait, hold up. I can't find my window anymore. I have too many open. I think it's this one. Oh my god. It's 4 horse streams. There's way too many right now. It's gonna be less confusing. I don't understand why there was more that was added. I didn't even click on anything. Mom, we got a horse at home. That was really confusing, even for me. Remember, your debut is the day of my eye surgery. I know that, Charlie. That's why I planned it that day. So you couldn't complain about the boobas. Yeah, so, like... Oh man, I am struggling to get everything ready in time for the debut, man. Like... Yesterday, no, actually just before the stream. So I've been waiting after my debut trailer. I commissioned an artist on Fiverr to do it. They said they could do it in 5 days. It's been 7 days and they still haven't delivered, and I'm like, I need it so I can announce my debut on Twitter. And then they asked me for an extension of 24 hours. I give it to them. And then 48 hours later, they were still unresponsive. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And they decided to cancel. So I was like, okay, you're canceling 2 days before. I don't know what to do now. I'm screwed. Yeah, so like I recorded voice lines, I recorded my model, you know, dancing, graphics, I put all the inspiration together, I wrote a script for it. Wait, what, Maxine? Oh, what is it gonna be? So I feel like I was really angry, actually. I was really frustrated. I thought it was really unprofessional of them. I was like, you should have just told me that you couldn't do it. Like, I was like, why didn't you tell me you couldn't do it? Or why didn't you just cancel earlier? But you waited till the last day before to cancel? I was like, what? Luckily, I found somebody else on Fiverr that could do it, that said they would do it within 10 hours, so I guess I'm doing that. But I still haven't announced it on Twitter, so I'm a little worried because I feel like you guys probably know it's happening on Friday, but maybe I haven't repeated it enough, or yeah, I feel like people don't really know that it's happening on Friday. Yeah, here's hoping they don't back out. Well, listen, if they don't, it's just gonna be my thumbnail for the stream that I'm gonna use on Twitter to announce it. It's like the least important out of all the things that could be missing, so it's okay. It's okay. I had a little stress, but it's not the end of the world. Here we go! Yeah, the show will go on. A 5-day project in 10 hours, are you okay with that? I know you're picky with quality. It's gonna have to go. It's gonna have to work. It doesn't... I did everything. I sent them the music. I told them like the kind of font I want. Like, I try to make it as detailed as possible. Wait, my model is really weird right now, my model tracking. I'm gonna recalibrate. Okay, that's better. I will watch your career with great interest. Yeah, it's alright. It's just a trailer. But everything else, like, we're even working every day on the animation. Wait. Did I just spoil something? Fuck, I don't think I should tell you guys that I'm doing an animation. Okay, no, you, forget it, Beam! Forget it, Beam! You guys didn't hear anything. Just wait till I come back from the surgery. I will be scrutinizing your chest with both eyes. Charlie is that anime character. He's like the Sanji of our chat. Forget what. There you go. It worked. It worked. And I have actually... the 2 weeks after my debut are super booked. I've been... So me and Taiga are supposed to do an interview, but before she wasn't... Her schedule wasn't working, and on my schedule isn't working because of my debut. So after the debut, I'm hoping that we can sit down together to talk during the interview. I think it's gonna be great, actually. I think it's really cool. And there's also somebody else that I want to interview that I think could be interesting. That is not a VTuber, but that's connected to the VTuber world. That I think could be a really like fun interview to do as well. And I have a few collab plans with other VTubers. There's one of them where I'm gonna need you guys to send me your room to reviews, and it can be any room. It can be bedrooms, desks, kitchen, anything you want. And I'm wondering if we're gonna make like a channel in our Discords where we can send it, or on Twitter. Maybe we're just gonna like, I'm gonna open all of these channels and have everybody post where they're comfortable to post, and then we'll compile them, or we can ask a mod to compile them for us. A goon cave. Yeah, you can submit your goon rooms. Wait, that would be such a funny title. Goon cave review. No, it's not somebody that popular. Greeting, it is I, the most evil of washroom appliance. How are you? What is the most evil of washroom appliances? It's probably it's probably the washing machine. If we're being honest. We're speaking truthfully here. Now, Charlie, you cannot hog all the goon to yourself. You gotta let the homies goon too. What the fuck? It's not a shocking thing. Which washing appliance do you guys think is the most evil one? The picture of a stable? Well, we won't have much to comment on. I bet if everybody sends like a picture of a stable, it better be your own fucking stable and not a stable that I can find on Google. Oh, your sinister bathtub. I've never had a... I don't think I would want to bathe in a sinister bathtub. That's actually creepy. Are you the bathtub in horror movies? Alright, today we're doing another React stream. There's like tons of submissions in the variety submission, and they're all great. Tomorrow, I'm probably gonna do a VTuber React, as we also have so many of those. And in the VTuber React, I was hoping that I would be able to watch all of them. The variety React, some of them like go out of trend by the time like I stream, so it's probably not worth it. But the VTuber stuff, I wish I want to get through all of them, but now I don't know if I can. I think maybe we should pause the channel for a bit. Those are sold separately. Time to search stable from Bing. Please don't. If you submit me a stable, at least let it be like a nice stable, not the stable from Bing. I thought this was the Vtuber React. No, the Vtuber React is another one. Would you guys have preferred the Vtuber React? We'll do it tomorrow. The Vtuber React has the purple thumbnail. Although I do want to revamp that thumbnail as well. Oh my god, I'm just realizing that I'm gonna have to change every single thumbnail to my new model. Oh my god. I should have just stuck with my base model. It's actually less work. I just finished recording my video on MrBeast for my third channel, and now this comes up, and I haven't watched this, but I'm kind of hoping that I won't have to go in my video as well, or I'm gonna mold, because I'm done. I am done. Every day there's new stuff that happens. There's gotta be a cutoff at one point, man. And you know what? This is why I don't do current events on my main channel, because retrospectives are so much better, because you can cut through all the bullshit and only keep like the really important stuff. And I'm looking at my third channel and I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be the problem, and that I think I'm gonna pivot after the MrBeast video, and I'm gonna do retrospective videos like I do on my main channel, because I can't keep up. This ain't me. It's not really my style. I'm gonna try a couple different things and see what I like doing. Yeah, there's always a new scandal with the daily or topical top. I don't know how Moojin does it. Yeah, I got a new channel because I'm crazy. I was like, I don't have enough to do with my new debut. I might as well start a new channel. I just, on a whim, like one day I woke up and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna start a new channel, fuck it. And I started researching and things. I'm insane, but hey, at least, maybe now there's a channel where I can dump my Napoleon and record my Napoleon script I wrote a few months ago. I wrote that when I went on a few days like obsession with Napoleon, and I started like researching a bunch of things on it, and I wrote a script which is totally random. It should have been Rima even more. Really missed out. Not a horse. What's up, Rin? Yeah, it should have been Rima even more. Made mistakes. I could change it still. I do like Rima Investigate though. Napoleon Dujin, yes, exactly. That's what it is. Okay. This has turned into a just chatting stream. So let's start this because it's 24 minutes long. Yes, I watched a video with one of his workers, so I don't know if you guys heard about that one because that one broke a few days ago. There's also another one of MrBeast worker that has come out and basically said that he was applying to work at MrBeast. He went through all the interviews, it went well. They're like, yo, come in for a day for a vibe check. We're gonna see if we vibe with you, if we want to work with you further. So he goes there for a full day, MrBeast facilities. He's shadowing a team in a studio. And then he is... And, yes, XD. It is a risk. For the person that's attacking him to attack me. We'll see. Yeah, I hope so too, man. Thank you for the care. What was I saying? All right, MrBeast. Yeah, the guy worked for the full day. He pitched a video idea that was great. and they accepted the idea. He went to a meeting. He's like, I got this idea, but it's gonna cost more. Can you guys do it? They're like, yeah, it's a banger idea. Let's do it. They adjust the budget. Everything goes well. They pat him on the back. They're thank you for this great work. He goes home. Once he gets home, he receives a text from the guy that was like overseeing things and managing everybody. And he was like, hey, unfortunately, we're not gonna go forward with your candidacy. And they were like, we're just not hiring new people right now. Or they gave him some bullshit excuse. But a few months later, he finds out that his idea, they made the video, and it's one of the videos that MrBeast has released just a few weeks ago, actually. So I can even show it. So I had to watch a couple of MrBeast video for the research, and now my algorithm was all MrBeast videos, and I just gotta say that I fucking hate it. I hate those thumbnails. It's that one, World's Deadliest Obstacle Course. And it's this. He conceptualized all of this moving platform over here. Like all of that was his idea, and that video got 193 million views, and he hasn't seen one penny for this. They could have at least paid him for the idea. It's so like, okay, maybe legally you don't have to, but it would be nice. Like, you want people to like you, right? You want to be nice to people, especially if you're a public figure. Anyway, let's see what Rosina Pensino has to say. If you guys don't know, she's the one that whistleblowed a few months back, saying that the MrBeast video that she participated in, she finished top 3, but they edited her out of top 3. So they could have Logan Paul there instead. So she kind of called them out for being rigged back then. Unfortunately, no one listened to her. They all kind of like was saying that she did it for clout and she's weak, and of course he's gonna edit his videos. And but now she's kind of vindicated. Now she's like coming out every day with new videos. She's speaking against MrBeast, and she says that she has a lot of people around her that have reported her that they feel like they're being followed, or they're getting weird messages and calls from, and apparently like the MrBeast team, or so they're claiming, that they hired people to investigate them, or, you know, look for information on them. It's so weird.
I'm sure most of you have seen that there's been a lot of news coming out about MrBeast, Jimmy Donaldson, some of his employees, and his, in my opinion, terrible business practices, some of which I've seen honestly may be illegal. There are a lot of really good videos about this topic that have been coming out in the last few days on YouTube, so I highly encourage everyone to go and watch some of them. Also, I have some more updates and stories from the Beast games, which I will continue to talk about. They are filming the beginning of part 2 of that series in just a few days, and I am still very concerned about the contestants' well-being. So if you're competing in the Beast games, please be aware of what's going on around you. The rumors I'm hearing is that they're still essentially hiring almost all new people to work on the set of Beast games, which, if you ask me, is not enough time to adequately prepare everything safely for the next phase. Which brings me to why I'm making...
You can turn it down a smidge. Turn it down. That's not weird at all. I hired people to do the same thing to you, bro.
This particular video. A very concerning document was sent to me who says that this is an internal employee manual written by MrBeast Jimmy himself.
Wait, it'll that's funny because that boys club comment that you're mentioning here is also exactly what was like. I was like, is she just being like weird about it?
I confirmed the legitimacy of this document with 2 former MrBeast employees. I think that this gives you a little insight to the type of person Jimmy really is. He lays out what he expects from his employees in great detail. To me, the mask has begun to slip, and it truly is a small look into the mind of the beast. One last thing that I'd like to point out is that this is a document that Jimmy expected people to read. If I had to guess, I'd say he's even having to filter himself in this document. Eesh. I'm gonna be posting the full text on my Twitter, and I highly recommend you download it and take a look for yourself. It's long, it's 36 pages. We'd be here for 10 hours if I tried to read the entire thing because I'm a slow reader, so I'll just be reading some of the—
Dude, MrBeast is the Niji Sanji of the IRL world. The IRL internet world. Every day there's something new that's coming out on it. There's documents being leaked and stuff. That's crazy.
the more concerning parts. Okay. The title of this document is How to Succeed in MrBeast Production. I'm gonna start on page 4, a section he titles, I Only Want A Players. As I type this, I realize it may not be the wisest to categorize everyone into 3 buckets. But this is how I believe we should look at everyone a part of the production team. So basically, he already knows what he's about to say is inappropriate, but he can't help himself from doing it and saying it. You're either an A player, B player, or C player. There is only room at this company for A players. A players are obsessive, learn from mistakes, coachable, intelligent, don't make excuses, believe in YouTube, see the value of this company, and are the best in the goddamn world at their job. B players are new people that need to be trained into A players, and C players are just average employees. They don't suck, but they aren't exceptional at what they do. Okay.
That's so funny. So I feel like every company wants an A player, right? But no one just says it outright like this, especially in such crude words. I feel like this has been written by like a red pill person. But do I think it's the biggest deal? Probably not. It's just, it's so crude. I don't know if it's the best way. Everybody wants that kind of employee. Like, even they always tell you that there's a type A personality and a type B, and a type A personality is the kind of employee you want. It's like normal, but I think a lot of HR departments have learned that there's better way to communicate that with your employees that are more tactful and will, you know, that you want to make the environment a good one to work in, and people will want to work better. I think he's on to something. I'm a C player. Well, I thought you guys had to be C players. I told you, you know, when you first start a new job, just start sucking and then improve really quickly and everybody will be so impressed.
As he's saying, they don't suck, but they aren't exceptional, he misspells aren't. The hypocrisy. Let's move on. They just exist, do whatever, and get a paycheck. They aren't obsessive, aren't spelled wrong again. C players are poisonous and should be transitioned to a different company immediately, all caps. It's okay, we give everyone severance, so they'll be fine. I don't even know where to begin with this because he essentially is putting everyone into a system, and he definitely plays favorites at his company. Anyone he considers an A person, those are his close friends who behave exactly the way he wants to behave, and then everyone else is treated less than. And
there's no way. Did he actually write that himself? There's no way, right? It's like $1 million company. Surely he had somebody else write it, and it was like a dude that spent his whole life on social media and that does not know how to spell, maybe? A player sounds like mom's friend's son. You know that guy mom always says got a nice job, earn. I hated that. I hated when my parents did that. I was always the loser. Did anyone proofread this?
Everyday person who goes to your job on time, does your job, stays the full hours, gives it your all, and then goes home and has a normal life, like a work-balanced life that's healthy. That is considered a C player. That is considered unacceptable in his eyes. That is considered poisonous in his eyes. Anyone who has a healthy work-life balance relationship is poisonous. All right, moving on. On to page 17, own your mistakes.
I watch like a lot of corporate videos and videos on like the job market. And I think it's true though, what he's saying, that the bad employees will make the rest of the team like work lazier or less efficient. Severance does not make it fine, trust me. Yeah, no, of course not.
This coming from Jimmy, someone who has never owned his mistakes, never taken accountability, and never apologized for any of his poor behavior. He pays someone, a PR team, a spokesperson, and now a crisis management team to speak on his behalf. He never apologizes or takes accountability for anything. This is so hard for me to read because the hypocrisy is so strong. I hate excuses and despise with my entire soul when people just try to save face instead of learn from how they've messed up. Mistakes are okay. Genuinely, they are, and I expect you to make a lot. That's perfectly fine. Every veteran here has cost me $1 million at one point or another, and you can go ask them yourselves if I've ever held it over their heads. I'm sure you never hold it over their heads. I'm sure you never bring it up again. You don't mention it again. You don't write it in an employee handbook. And now that Jimmy's brought it up, I just want to ask the question, are there any veterans out there who have worked for Jimmy where you feel like he has held things over your head? Let me know, my DMs are open. The reason I'm okay with fuck-ups is because I know that's how you learn. I see it as me investing in you and your brain. Parentheses, hence why I have zero tolerance for C players and they must go immediately. Those fuck-ups could be done by an A player that will retain the information learned. Again, to my point, he plays favorites. If you're one of his favorites, you can fuck up as much as you want and there's no repercussions. But if you're not one of his favorites, if you're not on his good side, you fuck up and you're gone. I just beg you that you learn from every mistake and try not to repeat it. That's when it gets annoying. The hypocrisy. Jimmy, you don't even learn from your mistakes. I've never, ever, ever once fired someone on the spot for messing up. You have nothing to be afraid of.
On the spot? Wait, what does it mean? You could fire him after.
So we can address how to fix it and then move on. I like that he's boosting about how much self-control he has, that he's never, ever, ever fired someone on the spot for making a mistake. What a great guy. And I have confirmation that instead he has his mom fire them the next day. Wonderful self-control. Page 18, nothing comes before your priorities. When you're being assigned tasks, you should have what I call a prio list. If Ali says your prios are to 1. Get a Lamborghini under 200K. 2. Get it wrapped in anime characters. 3. Make a custom steering wheel. Then nothing on this freaking planet is allowed to come between you and getting those priorities done. If the other team asks for your help and you spend 2 days helping them and fall behind on getting your Lamborghini secured, that's your fault. If the studio is burning down and you stop working to put out the fire and don't get the Lamborghini, that's your fault. Parentheses, jokes, ha ha ha. But seriously, don't let anything come before your prios.
Okay, well, it was a joke at least.
I'm just gonna read that again for anyone who is missing this. If the studio is burning down and you stop working to put out the fire and you don't—
Why is this a handbook? I feel it's all just expected. At least if you're working in showbiz, that's literally, that's expected. And most of the people that want to work in those jobs, they're kind of down for that kind of on-the-go lifestyle. It's a very similar lifestyle to somebody that works in restaurants. Like, a lot of people that work in restaurants have told me that they also do production jobs like that, or behind the scene work like that. Just, you never know when you're gonna go home. It's always long days, and it's always like on the go, 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 go.
Don't get
This lady seems entitled and a drama monger. She really doesn't like MrBeast. I told you guys a little bit about the backstory, but now it seems like she really hates him since the last time I've seen her talk about him. And it seems like she's probably getting like a lot of attention from all of this, so she's really boosting it. I'll give my thoughts on this later. So far, I don't think it's a big deal. It's just really interesting. I can't help but laughing at how silly it all is.
get the Lamborghini. That's your fault. That's wrong. This is psychotic. This is dangerous. He's literally saying that the company culture is if the studio with employees is burning down,
he's doing
you
a
should
joke.
not go help and
Okay, I disagree with her LARPing on that. It literally says it's a joke next to it.
save their lives. You should go wrap that car with anime characters. That is the #1 priority. This way of thinking is psychotic. This is dangerous. It is absolutely unacceptable. Which rolls us right into page 19. No does not mean no. For the people out there who are saying he's not edgy.
Dogpack's already shown that part in his video. Rima, your props are #1. Get me a Lamborghini. 2, cover it in horse stickers, and 3 bobas. All right, I can do that, but I'm gonna need $1 million, Charlie. Lamborghinis ain't cheap.
Anymore. He's learned this document is pretty new and references some of his newer videos. He has not learned. This is who he is. So the title No Does Not Mean No is a very obvious reference to essay. Instead of communicating in a professional manner, saying be persistent when you're producing or working,
Yeah.
no does not mean no is the company culture of MrBeast. When dealing with people outside MrBeast Productions, never take.
The problem with this is that it is an attack on his image, and the way MrBeast is being painted right now is like these bro guys. A lot of YouTubers are like that, like always flexing their money, and you know they're gonna go pop bottles at the club, and it's just very cringe. It's extremely cringe. Yeah, I don't think anybody expects that they're gonna let the studio burn down. I feel she's taking a joke statement and saying it like it's a serious statement. Not too keen on that presentation. First that order, booba first. That makes more sense now, Charlie.
No at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside and you call the local Dollar Tree and the person that answers says, no, you can't film here, that literally doesn't mean Talk to other employees and see if any are fans, or if any have kids that are fans. Try talking to their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter and try their social team, etc. If all the other avenues are exhausted and you are left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try the other Dollar Trees, because the manager of those could be huge fans and willing to bend the rules. This is literally so disgusting because this is putting everyday working people's jobs at stake. If it's a company policy not to film there and you're pressuring them to do so, they could get in trouble. They could lose their jobs. That's their income, that's their livelihood. And for what, a YouTube video? You are not more important than any other person in this world. Basically, what I'm trying to convey is what we call pushing through no. Don't just stop because one person told you no. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted. This is one of the many.
Yeah, she's at first, the first time when I read the title and I saw it in Dogpack video, my first thought was what she said, that, oh, they're trying to insinuate that you should film there even though you're not allowed to. And I was like, that is scummy. But That's not what he's saying, even though it's not written really well. He's actually saying, like, ask other people and, you know, exhaust all resources, and only then you can find a new location. That makes more sense. Why does this... I feel like he wrote this on his iPhone notepad on his way in his Lamborghini to his next shoot location or something. This is so rushed.
Tools that, when combined, dramatically improve your probability of success when producing here. This is more the Jimmy I know, someone who uses their money, power, and fame to bully other people into positions that they don't feel comfortable with, that they could get in trouble for, they could lose their jobs, and lose their ability to make income for their family. Next section, work on multiple videos every day. Please do not come in and only work on one video during a work day. That's how you fall behind on future videos and create a nasty cycle that I'm trying to stop. If you drop everything and go all in on one video for 3 days, then that's 3 days your other videos will fall behind, and eventually you'll have to drop other videos to focus on those videos, and it will snowball into you can't do anything but focus on what's right in front of you because you've murdered any lead time you had. If you ever only work...
That is a 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4.5 sentence without any punctuation. English isn't my first language, but goddamn, like sometimes in video scripts you try to fit in as much as information as possible in like a short amount of time, especially in the style of script that I do, which is always like and you just keep on chaining sentences because you want the pace to move fast. But this isn't the script. It's meant to be spoken, not read.
On one video during the day, you failed as a MrBeast employee that day. Wow, what a fun boss. Jimmy, this just sounds like people are overworked and you're hiring people who are drowning in work. I think there are some circumstances where you should be just focusing on one thing a day, like safety, having a safety director where that's all they do. That's their job. That's how professional sets are ran. All right, so here's a section with a bunch of random Jimmy thoughts. It's called Random Things You Should Know, page 23. Let's read a few of them. Do not leave contestants waiting in the sun, parentheses, ideally waiting...
What is that contestants?
In general, for more than 3 hours. Squid Games, it cost us $500,000, and Boys vs. Girls, it got a lot of people out. Ask James to know more.
What?
Well, have I got stories about people you kept out in the sun for days. We'll come back to that later. Also, when he says, ask James...
What was that cryptic message? Squid Game, it cost us $500,000, I assume the damages to the contestants and or like care because of what happened, and Boys versus Girls, it got a lot of people out, so out of the game because they were in the sun for too long. That is
to know more.
Ask James to know more because I don't want to put it in writing.
Well, have I got stories about people you kept out in the sun for days. We'll come back to that later. Also, when he says, ask James to know more, he's referring to an employee called James Warren. You'll probably be hearing this name a lot more in the future, and I'll be covering stories involving him as well. Here's another thought. I'd rather you be honest with each other than nice to each other. I also believe in honesty. I'm a big fan of it, but did you know you can be honest and respectful at the same time? You don't have to be honest and mean to someone.
True.
You can do both. Again, the hypocrisy. Jimmy cannot take honesty. He can't take honest criticism. He can't take honest feedback. And if you are honest with him while working at his company, you will most likely be fired. This next random thing you should know is...
if I'm working with somebody, I want them to do their job well first. And then, like, I also want them to be nice and vice versa. So it's... I mean, you can have both. Doesn't have to be one or the other.
Is why I have said that Jimmy plays favorites and he truly cultivates a boys club, his favorite boys. Do not talk down to talent or do anything to make them feel like I need them to be happy and in good moods, and those boys are special to me. Ideally, most talks with talent, parentheses, Chris, Carl, Chandler, and Nolan, go through me, or Ollie, or Tyler to avoid confusion amongst them. Another thought, we pivot a lot. Be ready to have everything flipped on its head at a moment's notice.
Lol.
As someone who's worked on many professional sets, to some degree, this can be true. Especially on location, you can run into factors that you didn't plan for correctly and you weren't prepared for. The ability to adapt and make changes on set is important as little problems arise, but however, when it comes to people's safety, like on the Beast games, you can't just make changes last minute on the fly at a production scale that large with that many people and have it be okay. And I've been talking to members of the crew who said that they were making changes minutes before some of these dangerous challenges, and they were scared people were gonna get hurt, and they did. Oh, here's a great one. I want money spent to be shown on camera, ideally. If you're spending over $10,000 on something and it won't be shown on camera, seriously think about it. And this is why so many people say that he only does charity for camera, because if he can't film it, he doesn't want to do it. Pull all-nighter.
What do you guys think about the charity thing? Because I'm like, well, yes, it's for content, but the only way he makes money for his videos is if his videos are entertaining in the first place. And at the same time, he is doing something good, like the receiver of that money is getting free things or money. But some other people say that charity in the form of, you know, under a broadcast or for content is not the same. For sure, it's not the same as selfless charity, but still a pretty good deal, no? Well, of course, charity is no excuse for doing bad crap to people, but that's not really my question. It's more so... I'm talking more in the sense where no one gets hurt. I'm strictly talking about the receiver of the charity and MrBeast. She's going about this very dishonestly. There's a lot of half-truths, cherry-picking, a lot of word twisting going on in her interpretation. I agree. I'm not too keen on her presentation so far. Does Rima like honesty, or should we pamper you with nice compliments? Why do they have to be two separate things? What do you mean? As long as the charity doesn't have to give it back or do something in return. Yeah, I think that something in return is probably important there. If it's a contest and people are participating to win the prize, I don't consider this charity, by the way, or at least not in this theory. Like if the other people have to do something for it, or if there's a chance at them winning it, that's not a charity, that's a contest or a game show.
Weeks before the shoot, so you don't have to days before the shoot. If you planned with adequate time, preparation, and staff, your staff wouldn't have to be doing all-nighters. Also, the way he's worded it is that there's gonna be all-nighters no matter what. So it's either days before the shoot or weeks before. So he's encouraging people, don't sleep weeks before the shoot. And remember, you have to be working on multiple videos at the same time. It pretty much sounds to me like you guys are always pulling all-nighters and you're heavily overworked. Here's the last Jimmy thought I'm gonna read. Never do anything that can make us look bad from a PR perspective. Jimmy only cares about his image, and Jimmy can also not follow his own advice. If you download the document and read through it, they mention multiple...
The way this document is written is a PR disaster in itself.
Times how important their PR image is, but not once in the entire document do they ever reference doing the right thing. Page 28. The longer people watch, the better a video will do. This is why I'm such a stickler about every single second of content. I wanted to pause and point this out because I see a lot of people, Jimmy fans, leaving comments saying, well, Jimmy didn't do that, his editors did this. And I want it to be very clear that Jimmy approves every single second of footage that goes onto his YouTube channel. He is obsessive, he is extremely involved, and nothing goes onto his channel without his approval. I've confirmed this with people who work on Jimmy's videos, and he has literally confirmed this in a document. On page 31, I wanted to point this out because Jimmy is very aware of his demographic and who his audience is. It's very strategic, it's pointed. He says, but despite saying,
If I received this doc, I would look for another job. Yeah, it doesn't look like the kind of job you can start by sucking, huh?
that at its core, if I had to describe it, I'd say the average MrBeast viewer is a teenage memer that likes video games. I'd like you to keep this in mind as more news comes out and unfolds. He is very aware that his audience is youth. Page 34, it's okay for the boys to be childish. It's okay for boys to be boys. The boys club is back, and here we are. If talent, he's referring to his best.
She really has a problem with the boys club.
Best friends, wants to draw a dick on the whiteboard in a video or do something stupid, let them. Parentheses, assuming they know all the risks and aren't missing context on why it's not safe.
Yeah, that's a good parenthesis, right? Are we agreeing on that?
People like when we are in our natural element of stupidity. Really do everything you can to empower the boys when filming and help them make content. Help them be idiots. This just shows the culture that he is intentionally building. He plays favorites, there is a boys club, and they are allowed to do things that other people...
How much of MrBeast's audience do you guys think are women? I don't think it's necessarily a boys club, but his videos appeal to boys. If that makes sense. Like, I certainly do not see myself watching a video. I don't see somebody like Rosina, watch one of his videos. So it's a little bit, it's like this content's not for you or me. So it's a bit disingenuous to judge it like it is. You know what I mean? It's for children, exactly.
Aren't. Page 35. I want famous people in our videos.
Okay.
Next line.
That's fine,
I can't even read this. We don't fake things. The absolute delusion. Yes, you do, Jimmy. The majority of all your videos are faked. And yes, there is a range of the authenticity. Some of the videos do have some authenticity to them, but overall, they are fake. Creator Games 3 was not authentic. Logan Paul did not place second. You can't fake intensity in videos. Really? Really, Jimmy? What's this?
We literally found him 1 minute before Zach.
We literally found Logan Paul. That never happened. Fake. The document ends with talking about your career at MrBeast. If you've made it this far, you're probably at least semi-interested in this being your career. So I wanted to chat about it. Because if you're ambitious and want to dedicate your life to work, you pick the best company in America to do it at. The delusion. I would love to see the benefits of the best company in America. I would love to see the policies about your maternity leave, paternity leave, paid time off, which it doesn't seem like working for you.
I mean, if you're applying at MrBeast and you're reading this document, by the end of it, you're probably like, yeah, fuck yeah! Sign me in, coach! There's a certain danger with the boys club attitude at the workplace, referred to Blizzard. Oh god, what a mess.
you is encouraged ever. And from what I'm hearing, you don't even like people taking holidays off, such as Christmas. This sounds like the worst company to work for in America to me. If you want to become a production manager, tell James your intention and ask him why you suck and how you can become better. Seriously, he will give you a list of things that you need to improve to become what we need, and if you actually listen and master those things, we will give you a shot at the role. Parentheses, only problem is most people think they are better than they really are and don't take seriously when we give them things to improve and then wonder why they never move up. I actually agree with Jimmy here. I do think that some people think that they're better than they are and that they don't take things seriously to improve. This isn't a stepping stone. This is your final destination.
It's pretty morbid.
All I can think about are the horror films, so moving forward. Now, read this all over again because I guarantee you didn't retain enough. I literally love that he ends his document by getting in one more jab to the new employees who are reading through this. Now read it again because I guarantee that you're an idiot. Read it again because I guarantee you couldn't retain something. Like just throwing an insult in there and talking down to people. A lot of people can read something and retain it. Projection much? All of that just barely scratches the surface of what's in here, so I will be posting the whole thing on my Twitter, so if you'd like to read through it, you can. To me, working for MrBeast sounds very toxic and dangerous. It's a boys' club where everyone is overworked. It is almost cult-like. It's someone who cares about the work and not about the people. To end the video, I wanted to read some quotes, excerpts from an article written by the Rolling Stones and a journalist who visited Jimmy in person at his company in North Carolina. I'll be posting the link to the article down below if you'd like to read the entire thing. Quote, Donaldson says he doesn't give a fuck about money and plans to give it all away before he dies.
When was that article written? Is it recent?
Quote, I don't want to live my life chasing the next shiny object to the next shiny object. He says this as we drive around in his Tesla Model X. This is the journalist pointing out the hypocrisy.
I don't know anything about cars.
It's a sad, miserable way to go about life. I agree with you, Jimmy. It is. His assistant, a model handsome Utah transplant named Steele, says that prior to his hiring and Donaldson's ex-girlfriend redesigning his kitchen, YouTube's biggest star had lawn chairs in his living room and mattresses on the floor. I don't give a shit about looks, Donaldson says. I just care about functionality. Yet he also seems to be fixated on how much some shiny objects cost, pointing out that his custom-built double-sided refrigerator, which he had made so his chef could deliver meals from the outside without disturbing him, was 50 grand to install. So he literally paid $50,000 so that he wouldn't have to see his private chef deliver some meals to him. Perhaps the greatest threat to MrBeast's family-friendly brand was in 2021 investigation by the New York Times that quoted several former employees alleging that Donaldson had fostered a toxic work environment, screaming at workers, forcing them to work long hours, and calling them slurs. Two of the former MrBeast editors who spoke out against him.
Wait, when did this come out? The custom-made fridge idea is actually banger. He made his chef like Uber Eats his meals, and he just puts it in the other side of the fridge from outside, I guess.
Nate Anderson and Matt Turner deleted the videos they'd posted about their experiences because of the harassment they got from MrBeast fans. Direct quote from MrBeast, Jimmy. I want to be the biggest YouTube channel ever, he says. Not even for my ego. I don't know, I just want it. It gives me something to strive for, to get out of bed and grind for. But it's also just vanity, which is ego. I wanted to read this section of the article because I noticed online that a lot of MrBeast fans are harassing MrBeast's ex-girlfriend, Maddie. I thought this would be interesting for you guys to hear. This article came out after they split up. He recently split from lifestyle influencer Maddie, who has appeared in a handful of his videos. And those in his circle told me that Maddie had been a positive influence, forcing Donaldson to prioritize work-life balance more. Donaldson did not want to comment on the record about the breakup, yet Tyson, which is Chris David Tyson, who was his best friend for his entire life and roommate. Yet Tyson says Donaldson's singular focus on work was a major contributing factor. Quote, "I think that's what he's going to be looking for next. Someone who can match his obsession with business and money." All that kind of stuff. Now, normally when...
Well, I mean, is that anything new? My image of MrBeast is that he was always laser focused on his goal, which was to be the biggest YouTube channel in the world. He's always wanted to do that.
When you have a breakup, your best friends are the first people to villainize an ex. But that is not what happened in this situation. His best friends are saying that she had a positive influence in his life. She helped him have a more healthy and normal work-life balance. They have all said positive things about her. She's a sweetheart. For today's video, I just want to read one last section from the Rolling Stones article. The one word that those in Donaldson's orbit used to describe him is obsessive. He has a tendency to fixate on one thing at the expense of all other subjects. There's a 5-year point of my life where I just relentlessly, unhealthily obsessed with studying virality, studying the YouTube algorithm, he says. I woke up, I would Uber Eats food, and then I would sit on my computer all day just studying non-stop with other YouTubers. There was also a Settlers of Catan phase that's led to Donaldson's assistant buying at least 5 copies of the strategy game a month, so there'd always be fresh ones lying around. Donaldson relishes the strategy and machinations it demands, deadpanning. "I'm great at lying." Deadpanning to the journalist, quote, "I'm great at lying."
What is this Settler game? Is this a video game? Yeah, I feel like a lot of this was kind of a nothing burger. He's a businessman. That might be something you don't like, might be something you like. Some people are like that. Some people have ambition. Some people find other ways to be happy in life. Should he treat people the way he did because he has ambition at the cost of it? Probably not, from a morality standpoint. But just having ambition on its own, that's not something that I condemn. It just sounds like your average big YouTuber, more like your average big corpo person, whatever you call this. He seems pretty obsessed with money and shiny objects. He thinks it gives him a lot of worth, which is pretty tacky. Alright, what should we watch next? I'm curious about this. Why do men...
As much as I've loved...
Why do men love playing as a girl? I was just thinking about that. 1 million views. Like, listen, if you guys play a gacha game, would you roll for the male character or the female character? Or, you know, when people play Fortnite, they always pick the girl's character. And I was thinking that's probably why so many guys have female VTubers as well. Hey guys! Thank you for the sub, Zach! Thank you so much for the Twitch sub. I hope you enjoy your stay. Always female character. I roll for the cool characters. Depends, but props female. If it's a cute male characters, I'll probably play male in gachas. But not in the other games. Welcome back to the Twitch... the YouTube squad. Detective Glaive. Honestly, eye candy, right? Some people self-insert and some people play role. In gacha games, I think people just want to have the best view.
pretending to be an anime girl for the past 2 years, I think it's finally time that I did a face reveal. 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, it's me, Noctopus. It was always a matter of time before I got rid of that stupid VTuber avatar. I've always hated VTubers anyway.
Hey, yeah.
This is pretty good looking.
Alright, fine, this isn't actually me. This is Pinoy, my editor. But do you see how
Oh,
it made me feel?
wait. I'm installing my mascot, and my new mascot is gonna move with TTS, and this VTuber was in the tutorial. I swear to God. So his mascot is not the thing on its head, but it's his VTuber. And his VTuber speaks with TTS.
Betrayed? Shocked even? I felt that exact same way when I confessed my undying love for a cat girl in Final Fantasy XIV, only for it to be a
Yes.
43-year-old dude living in Nebraska. But the question is, why do men play as female characters? As an avid girl chooser myself, I've wondered this question for a long time. My main cover-up story was
Oh, he made the program? No way. I'm trying to install it. It's so complicated, guys.
that girls have a smaller hitbox. And while that 100% is totally not cope and very true, it's not the main reason. To get to the bottom of this, I created a community poll to ask you, my subscribers who were specifically guys, one simple question. Do you prefer to play as male or female? Over 2,000 of you answered. The results were not really that surprising considering my type of audience, but over 70% of you said that you picked girls. But not only that, a ton of you wrote
Depends.
paragraphs.
When I play Crusader Kings 3, sometimes I make a male character. And also because sometimes I play with my friend and she plays a female character, and it's just better to cross our characters over. Because the NPCs in those games is ugly and our characters are like, well, we spend a lot of time on the customization phase.
Long answers in the replies that I 100% always definitely read. Let's start with the most obvious answer of all. Men just like seeing sexy girls when they grind out thousands of hours of gaming.
Oh my god!
was me.
What is this foot clutch? Damn, it should have been me! My guy character? Oh, he's really hot. I've been playing CK3. I only played with my IRL friend. She's a friend I've had for a really long time, and she's a nerd, so... That's Yuri from SF6? Oh.
And don't get me wrong, this isn't completely untrue. If Blizzard puts one of my favorite characters in a bikini, then it's my obligation as a player to give them $20 for it. For the most part, it would seem like guys just fit the overall stereotype of objectifying women, but then it falls apart for certain situations like, why would a guy pick a female character in an MMO where you start out in the ugliest clothing imaginable? Or why would someone commit to an
Yeah, but you don't know that.
playthrough just to play as a non-sexualized girl character? This isn't saying that aesthetics of things like character skins aren't important to players, but that being the only reason isn't telling the full
Wait, why doesn't he think the cat girl can be sexualized? You can sexualize anything you want with the right mind.
story. So that would lead us to another possible answer. Girl characters just have way more clothing options. It's no secret
True.
that one of the core experiences in gaming is being able to make your character look as cool as possible. And based on the replies to the poll I mentioned earlier in the video, over 30% of you mentioned that you play girls because the clothing options just look better. This makes sense, considering that for a long time game companies were too scared to experiment with what kinds of skins belong to what character. Typically, male character outfits tend to be big and bulky, and female characters have historically been a bit more revealing and aesthetically pleasing. Lara Croft versus Nathan Drake, Cammy versus Ryu, and the most sexist case of all, Pac-Man versus Mrs. Pac-Man. If you think back to when some MMOs were first released, like Final Fantasy XIV, Blade and Soul, Black Desert Online, they all had or still have gender-locked clothing. This means that your options for outfits are split from the very
It's
moment
annoying.
you start playing. So
Because a lot of people just, in Final Fantasy, sometimes some really cool transmog for girls, the guys can't wear it. And it's just annoying. Just annoying. Oh, we got a D raid? Hold up, let me pull up my dashboard. D, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys had a great stream. We're just reacting to some videos. Oh my god, hello everybody. Hello, I'm the Fox Girl. Don't listen to my chat. I hope you get an amazing stream, D. Oh my god, hi. Thank you so much for inviting me to the collab last week. It was last week. I'm not very good with puns. I hope I did alright. Not very good with puns or, you know, making other voices than my regular speaking voice, so I hope I did alright. Not gonna lie, I don't care about gender locked fashion. It's normal because male and female have different valued fashion. Yeah, but if you have a boy character, what if you want to put him in a tutu? When you play video games, there's this one thing. At first, when you play video game, you want your character to look cool. But once you're past this first stage, okay, which I call the entry level stage, you get into the real gamer vibe. Then you just want your character to look as dumb as possible. And that means sometimes putting a tutu on them.
So unless I'm feeling like playing a big burly warrior, of course I'm going to pick something more aesthetically pleasing. To give game companies some credit where it's due, it's becoming more and more common now for characters to wear whatever they want. For example, in Final Fantasy XIV, they recently made it to where you can live out your dream of being a giant, manly orc in a bunny suit.
Oh my god, really? That's funny. I swear I didn't pre-watch this. I didn't know they changed it. That's...
Line keeps getting blurred. I'd like to quote someone from my comment section. If I'm going to be staring at an ass of a character for the next 100 hours, it should at least be one I like looking at.
Oh,
and
damn,
while I
that shot!
wholeheartedly agree with this statement, there's something missing. A real nail in the coffin to put this debate to rest, you know? And
hey, yo!
I think I might have found it. A single name kept popping up while I was researching for answers. Proteus. And what do people named Proteus and girl avatars have in common? They're both usually old men, but Proteus wasn't any old man. He was a Greek god of the seas who could predict the future and transform into whatever he wanted. Okay, cool, but what does that have to do with anything? Hold on, let me explain. Let's look at a scientific phenomenon known as the Proteus effect. This is a name given to an occurrence when a person's behavior in a virtual world transforms due to the characteristics of their avatar. The behavior changes because the person has a pre-existing knowledge or expectation of how those players online act. This might be kind of complex, so let me give an example. A toxic League of Legends player who typically plays more aggressive hypercarries gets to play a support character. This player might subconsciously start embodying more stereotypical feminine traits, like being more cooperative or empathetic with their teammates, because that's how they associate that side of the player base.
These are not feminine traits! Have you met me?
In their brain. This doesn't usually mean gameplay, by the way. This is more of a social thing. But this effect is real and has scientific evidence through it through hundreds of research papers. Some of the students at Nottingham Trent University found that men often associate positive feelings towards women avatars, such as how attractive or aesthetically pleasing they are.
What is this game?
More likely to choose female characters. Game companies already know this, which explains why you can always buy sexy outfits with microtransactions. It's not really that shocking when you think about it. I mean, what, you just expect them not to make money? Complain about it all you want, but people are still buying it. But hold on, that's not the only reason. The Proteus effect also explains how men typically gravitate towards playing women in multiplayer games because they expect more positive social outcomes. If I play as a girl in this MMO, not only will I be more aesthetically pleasing, but players are way more willing to help me out and give me lots of gold. To back this...
Okay, but that is kind of true. Didn't they do a study and people were... No, that wasn't a study. It was either people are way meaner or way nicer, but there's like no in between. Street Fighter 6? Damn, we gotta play that game.
Point up, I found another study from the University College of London who discovered that players who use women avatars with more detailed clothing not only have more social interactions, but more positive social experiences in general. Now, I know this is kind of shocking because the mere thought of having a girl on your team is enough for any average Valorant player to have a mental breakdown.
Yeah, true.
The only thing women are good for is cooking, cleaning, sucking, and...
But overall, it seems like playing multiplayer games as a more feminine avatar can lead to a less lonely gaming experience in general. But at the end of the day, these kinds of things all play a part into a bigger overall narrative. Yeah, the Proteus effect can offer some answers, but it's not this magical solution to the question.
It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. I've had such great... I've literally, when you play MMORPG, because the whole experience is all about socializing, I grab anybody. The first person I I can make friends with in an MMORPG, boy or girl, it doesn't matter. Buying a RuneScape girlfriend. Keep looking, Charlie. Honestly, it really depends on the game. It actually depends on if you like the character. Yeah, exactly. Rule of cool. Invader, Luna, and Bufils are cool. Mm-hmm. I didn't see that comment on the MrBeast video.
Personally, I think
True, as long as you're a Sprout, you're gonna get all the help. Dude, the Final Fantasy XIV community is just the nicest community I've ever had in my life. They're so kind.
when a person plays a game, they want to immerse themselves as much as possible. For some people, that's making their character look just like them in real life, and for others, it's being something completely different. Tons of people use games as a form of escapism. I mean, if you're a big, manly dude working a grueling 8-hour shift getting yelled at by customers all day, why would anyone blame you for coming home and role-playing as a cute cat girl? Or maybe for you, it's a deeper and more complex reason, like personally identifying with the...
Yeah, they're nice until you have to play hard content. That is true. I always get flamed. Why is the black mage standing in the puddle? Why is the black mage not moving?
character, using it to express something
You know what? It's always the healers that complain too.
you couldn't in your daily life. There are literally hundreds of reasons to answer this question. So the truth is, as unsatisfying as this might be, it's not actually something that can be directly solved. Thanks for watching. If you like this, leave a comment and tell me about what makes you like playing certain characters.
The only thing women are good for
Waifu.
is cooking, cleaning, sucking, and
You're not even allowed to say sucking in your videos, I'm pretty sure. How did he not get demonetized? Japanese companies have a problem with Gen
Wars,
Z.
poverty.
Wait, I gotta make sure I didn't see this yet. This is kind of my type of videos. You know what? That doesn't surprise me. Gen Z asks for better quality of life. And companies hate that because they want you to be a corporal slave. And as much as people have complained about Gen Z, I think they could actually bring a positive change to the world if they get their demands met. Hell yeah. Don't you guys want to work less? I sure as hell want to work less. I don't want to work until I die. What kind of life is that? I would play with Rima on FF14 all day on dailies. There was a moment in our Discord server where we're all playing Final Fantasy together. Unfortunately, I just don't have time to play video games anymore, but I'd like to reboot the Final Fantasy fan server. Need some people to like organize events in the Discord and hang out. That'd be great. Retirement is only good so long, so you would keep on working, Zayla? All right, let's start this.
Poverty, climate change. But forget all that, because one of the more pressing issues many countries are noted to facing is of course Generation Z, and Japan is no different. So exactly what problems are the land of the rising sun facing with their Gen Z?
今回ですけどね
I'm an unemployed Gen Xer. It's impossible to... Which one is Gen X, guys? I forgot. It's impossible to find a job because no one wants to hire anyone who doesn't have a 5 to 10 years experience. God, that sucks. I guess I can relate to Zoomers in that respect. Can you... That's crazy.
20歳を過ぎてお酒を飲めなくても人生をうまくやっていく方法ということでね
Well, that's what we're going to explore in this video. In many aspects, the Gen Z of Japan share the same kind of characteristics as Gen Z in most parts of the world. They're digital natives, growing up in a world where the internet already existed, and during the rise of social media. Part of what this means is younger Japanese people are used to obtaining raw information about what is happening in Japan and around the world. Previous generations were, and many still, are used to gaining their information from traditional forms of media like newspapers and TV. In fact, a huge reason why traditional media is still thriving in Japan is simply because there aren't as many young people, with the average age being around 49, making Japan's population the oldest in the world. However, as many might have already known, traditional media is often quite selective on what is reported and tends to spin stories in a particular way depending on their audience base. What this has resulted in is a communication divide between Gen Z and previous generations on a range of topics.
Wow.
However, we are seeing
So it's like the same everywhere in the world.
a rise in more older Japanese internet users within more recent years. But let's get to the main issue, which is typically brought up when talking about Gen Z. Work. Japanese society is heavily centered around working, and nothing beats social credit like being a full-time employee, aka say shine, in a top company. Japanese company practices also typically require a level of commitment that goes beyond the job description, and being active in trying to get your boss to like you so you can climb the corporate ladder, which is also assumed to be something you want to do. Something else I don't usually hear about within other videos that discuss Japanese working culture is the view older generations take that company members are like family, where you'd be given a role like being the big brother or sister. This is actually used as a method to stop new grads from suddenly quitting by letting their senior, aka senpai, be someone they can go.
Don't trust them. Don't ever trust them when they say that. That is not true. But guys, always remember that we're one big happy family here.
Easily talk to, but we'll talk about the quitting issue in just a bit. Overall, the expectation for Japanese companies is that you'll stay within that company for life, being moved into different departments at the company's convenience. However, many of the Gen Z in Japan are seeing work differently, seeing it as just a place to work. I know, shocking. This has led to complaints from superiors that they aren't able to communicate and bond anymore with those below them, as many younger workers aren't as keen on chit-chatting and also refuse to go out drinking with their boss after work, preferring to prioritize their private time. Not only that, a big complaint about Gen Z when it comes to communication within the workplace is that they're too sensitive. Reasoning for this is the notable increase in the types of haras there are. Hara meaning harassment. The most common type of hara you are bound to hear about is sekuhara, which stands for sexual harassment. But now, different haras are constantly popping up, and many attribute this to Gen Z. For example, yumehara, yume meaning dream. Now, some of you might be scratching your heads wondering,
Dream? Yeah, I don't want to dream with my boss. After I'm done with work, I want to go home.
what kind of harassment exactly is that? Essentially, this is when your boss or senpai asks you about your dreams, as in what you aspire to do. Some preferring to just not talk about their dreams, or just not having any dreams in the first place, feeling that they were just put on the spot. What also counts as yumehara is
just lie. That's what they want. Bro, it's like when somebody in the interview is telling you, what are your defaults and what are your qualities? You're supposed to glaze yourself. No one's expecting you to say the truth.
when those superiors talk about their dreams, basically because the younger workers don't really care. There is also another...
My dream is to take your job, sir. Next question. Yeah, going out with your coworkers, or when they invite you to like a nice, you know, open bar at a nice restaurant. But I've turned down those too. Like work parties with a lot of people for Christmas at like really expensive places that were really hype, but I'm just like, I'm too tired. I just want to go home and stream. I hate when you have to keep up the pretense, where you have to pretend that you're like happy here, and why can't you just be a good worker and not have to do this extra fluff stuff? It gets... Stop giving us the runaround.
The trait about Gen Z that is something we often hear about in the news. They easily quit. Yes, as I mentioned before, quitting is probably the biggest issue many companies are facing with Gen Z. Forget about staying for life, some quit.
Yeah, but they gotta offer them real benefits to them staying. And if they don't feel like there is, that they work too much for what they're paid for, of course they're gonna quit. As they should.
Within a year. What's also interesting is that some will choose not to say they quit themselves, but will use an agency that is specialized in quitting on behalf of their clients.
No way.
Yes, you heard that.
What? Wait, that is... Why don't we have that here? That is so cool. You don't even need to talk to somebody.
Right. Some reasons for this though are actually pretty understandable. You see, some bosses here simply don't say okay when you say you're going to quit. This is particularly in the case of clients who work at a black company. Some bosses will actually try to stop their employees from quitting, becoming really aggressive or even threatening them with some financial liability. Interestingly though, it actually isn't new grads that make up the bulk of users for this service. One agency even revealed it was less than 20%, but that the number was rising. Now, reasons why new grads are...
I would love to use these kind of agencies. Quitting for me has always been a problem. I was always so embarrassed and felt guilty to tell them or have that talk, so I would always put it off to later.
So quitting vary from things like finding out the company wasn't like what they were told during the interview to simply not getting along with their coworkers. But there is another trend: fear for the future. To be honest, this isn't just Gen Z, but many of the younger generation are concerned that they aren't obtaining the skills they need for future progress, or see their superiors are not getting pay increases but are just doing double the amount of work. A lot of Japanese companies have put in effort to improve their work environments, from trying to decrease overtime to changing how superiors talk with subordinates, but even with great working conditions, if younger workers don't feel challenged, they'll look elsewhere. This is certainly a big change from older generations, but essentially it boils down to Gen Z wanting a good work environment where they...
I mean, it's also because during the crash, a lot of people got laid off, and they realized that all of those companies that said, hey, you're gonna be here forever, for a lifetime, we're gonna take care of you, your family, that was all a lie. So now they just don't trust them anymore. But the Japan aging population problem is a real issue, and it's the biggest crisis that the country is facing right now. It's also being reflected in the economy right now.
They also feel that their future is secure. The power balance has started to shift in Japan. It's no longer about what the employees can do for the company, but what the company can do for the employee. Japanese companies that can't comply with those needs are going to continue to lose early stage workers. Okay guys, that's going to do it for this video. As someone who has worked in a number of Japanese companies with a lot of the younger generation, with a lot of Gen Z, honestly speaking, I can see their drive, I can see their passion, I can see that they actually do want to work, but they also want to improve their skills. They are scared. They are worried about what is going to happen to them. Economically speaking, Japan is not in the best of places, and they know it. A lot of the Gen Z know it, and they are expecting things from companies now. They want to see that those companies are going to provide for their futures. So yeah, Japanese companies are just going to have to step up. That's basically the deal. Anyway, thank you again for watching this video. Please leave your thoughts, your comments in the comment section below, and yeah, I'll be back with...
What is that thumbnail? Abused, homeless, and stinky feet?
another video. Thank you so much, guys. Take care. Peace.
Cursed.
So there's a website out.
I'm getting super clickbaited right now. artists get mad? Why do people get mad when artists make money?
It's actually the agent of many comics artists. It sells original comic artwork, and someone noticed that Jim Lee, famous comic book artist in his own right, was selling commissions for $20,000 that will be delivered at upcoming shows where Jim will be appearing. And this went viral on Twitter, with some folks being outraged that getting a piece of art...
Why are your feet stinky? Excuse me, hooves? I haven't cleaned my hooves in a while. I need a human to do that for me. What's up, Ark? How much of this are genuinely horrific conditions? How much of it is I have faced any amount of adversity and want to quit immediately? Since it's Japan, it might be genuine horrific conditions depending on where they work. If it's a black company, it might.
From an artist you admire is just so dang expensive, while others were like, you go Jim, get that bag. Hello, I'm Brad, I review tech for creative professionals, and yes, I am a proud member of Team Go Get That Bag. I'm always fascinated by what some people think is an appropriate or inappropriate amount of money for an artist to get paid.
Wait, Aquarake, have you seen this video?
And if someone in the art community does really well financially, there always seems to be a line of folks waiting to tear them down in a way that doesn't seem to happen in other high-profile industries. So, little background on Jim Lee. I'm really familiar with him because I grew up in the 90s reading comics, his Marvel stuff, his Image stuff. If you Google the best-selling comic book of all time, it's the X-Men #1 from 1991. Jim Lee was the illustrator, Chris Claremont was the author. Both had worked together on X-Men titles in the past. So this launch was huge. We're talking about two artists at...
So the X-Men artist is making $20,000 per illustration? I mean, isn't he famous? Doesn't that make sense?
the top of their game. Jim's gone a lot of different directions since then in his career. Today, and for a while now, he's been the chief creative officer over at DC Comics. This is all to say that Jim is a big deal in the comic book superhero world. So his agent, Albert Moy, whose website I referred to at the top of the video, posted this. For the first time in over 15 years, Jim Lee will be taking commission requests to be delivered exclusively at almost all the shows he's appearing in. This post goes,
yo, people will pay for that. People will pay. Collectors, they spend way more than 20,000 on like a collector's item, and this is a custom one. Sheesh, I feel like it's a pretty good deal.
On to list the rates for a commission. There are different price points starting at like $1,000 for a simple headshot and going up from there. It's really interesting that the community has focused on the number 20,000 because there are some numbers higher, 25,000, 35,000, but we're talking $20,000 for a huge 11 by 17 full page. Here's some examples of some of the work we're talking about. This is the kind of quality we're talking about here. I personally do not consider these to be con sketches. This looks like finished art to me. Maybe this is why Jim Lee is a legend. His sketches look better than most people's finished art. And it says a lot that for the last 15 years, he hasn't been doing con commissions. There's probably a lot of pent-up demand here. So digging a little bit deeper, fine print later on in the post, is that Jim will be drawing these at the show, but you have to order ahead of time. And Jim will be choosing like which commissions that roll in that he wants to draw. So just because you commission him doesn't mean he's necessarily going to choose to do that commission. And to clarify, if he doesn't choose you don't have to pay. It doesn't work like that. You put in your request, he decides what he wants to draw, he chooses a handful that he wants to do at the show live in front of a lot of people. So he's being really selective. Now, I've personally never seen Jim Lee at a show before, but it sounds like what he's doing is kind of performative. So Gail Simone has this really sweet story over on Twitter where she talked about asking Jim to submit a piece that they plan to auction off to help with another creator's medical bills. And the story is all about how Jim went like above and beyond, and he decided to draw it while taking questions from a live audience. So the picture that he's drawing as he's drawing it is blown up on an overhead screen behind them during a panel. And it sounds like he does that sort of thing at conventions. He is live drawing while he's also kind of entertaining the audience. So it sounds like what's happening this time, instead of him giving them away or auctioning them all off,
that's worth even more. He's like creating a piece of art in front of you, and you can probably record it or not. I don't know. It's pretty cool. It's yeah, Is it because... Do people think because it's less of a prestigious medium, because it's comics, that they should pay him less? In my eyes, it's on the same level of like sculpture or painting. You know, how much do you expect Jeff Koons custom sculpture to go off for?
He's just going to be selling them to some people who really, really, really want a commission. So this sounds a lot different than how most other artists are doing commission work or working in Artist Alley at a Comic-Con. Those artists are there, they're at the event, they've rented a table, someone meets them at their table, maybe likes their work, sees their books, buys some stuff and says, wow, I like this so much, I want to commission you to do an original piece. If the artist has time, they might do it there if their table isn't crowded or not a lot of stuff is going on, and they might chat with their fan while they do it. Or if it's gonna take more time, they may just take the order there, mail it to the fan at a later date. Needless to say, some people are mad about the prices, and I'm not sure how many people are actually mad about these prices. It might be...
Pretty sure they just see big numbers and get outraged that it's so big. It's probably more of that.
Just like 4 guys with no followers. But just over the weekend, the comic and art community came out in force to stand up for Jim. I think this is the tweet that really annoyed people. 20K is an obscene amount to charge your fans. Kind of says a lot about him. So a lot of people came out of the woodwork to defend this guy. Many of them pointing out that in the past, when he's given away artwork, people have just turned around and sold it on eBay for a ton of money. So if people are willing to pay that for a Jim Lee illustration, then why can't Jim just cut out the middleman and sell it for that much himself? Why is Jim not allowed to make that money? My first thought when I heard $20,000 for an 11x17 commission wasn't, oh.
My tracking for my model, I guess my phone is heating up and it's like breaking, and I haven't been able to calibrate it during the stream. I'd need to reset my iPhone. That's why it's flipping from side to side like this.
Jim wants to make a lot of money. My first thought was, oh, Jim doesn't want to spend all his time doing commissions. Okay, imagine this. You're a good cook. Maybe you do it for a living. Maybe on the weekend sometimes you cook up a big meal for your friends. Maybe the next weekend you're doing it for your family. It's fun. They love the food. You get a kick out of making people happy. And it's fun being able to cook whatever you want, however you want. You get to try new things. So your cousin's talking up your cooking to some of the guys he works with, and one of them says, hey, can you come to my house and cook for my family next weekend? I'll pay you $500. And you're thinking, okay, I could use the $500. And that's a fair price for a day's work. So over time, you built up some name recognition, and people start asking you to do that all the time. After a few months of people you don't know trying to pay you to cook for them, you're like, man, I just want a weekend off. I'm burning out, and I'm not cooking what I want. I'm cooking what somebody else wants. I'm not experimenting. I'm not having fun doing this anymore. This is work. At a certain point, you're like, no, I don't want to cook for people on the weekends anymore. It's just not worth it for me. So someone comes back to you, they really want you, and they say, how about $1,000 instead of $500? No, I really want my weekends off. $2,000, eh? Now that's kind of tempting, but no. Promise my family I wouldn't work as much. $5,000 to cook for me just this weekend. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of money. I will cook for you this weekend. You have made it worth my time. So when I look at these commission prices, that's what I see. He doesn't want to spend his own time drawing for other people unless he's compensated for it. He can do it. He may even like doing it, but he doesn't want to spend all his time doing it. So if you really...
Hell yeah, supply and demand.
Want an original Jim Lee piece, you have to really want it. We could take this analogy a little bit further. Say someone pays you $500 to cook for his friends over the weekend, and then you find out he's charging his friends for it and making a profit off your work. Okay, then you might want to raise your prices too. Another comment that popped up was this: think these prices are bad, just wait till you see how much he gets paid just to show up. So I have no idea what he gets paid to show up. But again, he's Jim Lee. He's a busy dude, and I'm sure he enjoys these conventions. He sees his friends, he meets the fans, but it's work. And every weekend in the US, there's a comic convention somewhere. If you are in the business of putting on comic book shows, what you want to do is bring people through the doors. Well, guess what? Jim Lee at your comic convention brings people through the doors. Jim Lee makes you money. So it's only fair that Jim Lee gets paid some of that money to come to your event instead of all of the other events out. I think cartoonist Scott Kurtz put it best. The reason Jim Lee can charge $20,000 for a commission is because currently that's what people are willing to pay for one, because it's an original Jim Lee. And yeah, supply and demand. If an actor, a rock star, sports icon charge that much for a full days of work, I don't think anybody would bat an eye. So why not an artist who's at the top of their game? Why are artists criticized for doing this sort of thing? What do you think? Let me know down below in the comments. Thank you all for watching, and I'll talk to you in a couple of days. When I started taking online art...
I forgot what I wanted to say. Crap. Anyway, I forgot what I wanted to say. My bad. I'm not gonna have anything intelligent to add, I guess. Why a manga genius abandoned his masterpiece? Or you guys want to watch an H3H3 podcast highlight talking to MrBeast ex-employee, the shocking truth? Or some ordinary gamer, the most insane Reddit thread I've seen? Or something on Dracula? We have a lot of options. The first one. Manga.
Hiatus, a word most manga fans are familiar with. Due to the intense physical and mental demands of creating manga, most series experience a hiatus once or twice during publication, but there are a few series that probably come to mind above all else when the word is mentioned. Hunter x Hunter, Berserk, and Vagabond. While all three are known for extensive and frequent hiatuses, one of them stands out. Hunter x Hunter has spent most of its lifespan on hiatus, but every year or so Togashi releases a batch of chapters. As a matter of fact, just recently he posted a picture of himself working on the manga to Twitter. Berserk also spent many years on and off hiatus, but with Miura's unfortunate passing a few years ago, the
Video audio could go up? Okay. I'm the one that submitted that one. I've been wanting to watch it. Let me know if you needed more up.
reins shifted to Studio Gaga, and they have been releasing chapters more or less regularly ever since. So that leaves Vagabond, which hasn't seen a new chapter since 2015. Takehiko Inoue has finished manga before, massively popular and critically acclaimed ones at that. He's also still working on another series, albeit very infrequently, which was last updated as recently as a few months ago.
Wow.
So why has Vagabond, viewed by most as his greatest work,
look how fast he draws the hair.
Inoue himself included, been untouched for the better part of a decade? What led to this man practically abandoning his masterpiece? Well, to understand that, we have to go back to the beginning.
It's amazing.
Inoue was born January 12th of 1967 in Kagoshima, a prefecture at the southern tip of Japan's Kyushu island. From an early age, Inoue was fond of drawing, and he always assumed he would work in some artistic field, but he was unsure of which direction he would take. Despite reading manga as most kids did, becoming a manga artist wouldn't be a thought in his mind until years later. It was the experiences he had in high school that eventually led him down this path. In junior high, Inoue would join both the kendo and basketball clubs at his school, the latter in order to impress girls. Does that sound familiar? Similar to the main character of his manga Slam Dunk, he joined for superficial reasons, but found himself falling in love with the sport and growing immensely because of it. His team was not very good. They lost more than they won, but through all the losses and the occasional wins, he learned many things. He came to greatly appreciate the progress he made with his team, something he would hold on to all his life and eventually put in his manga. This energy was also something he found in a certain manga series. Around this time, Inoue discovered Dokuben, a baseball manga created by Shinji Mizushima. The manga displayed an immense passion for team sports, something Inoue himself had just recently developed, and immediately Inoue felt a connection to this story. It's hard to find out much about this series online. All I could find were some scans of the manga as it was originally published, meaning in Japanese.
Oh my god, the scans, that throws me back. Many famous mangakas tend to die around 50, 60. It's too much work. Kills them. Yeah, I've seen a really good documentary on it on YouTube. It was really good. Yeah, the scanlations. Oh my god. Do you see yourself in a baseball manga? Hell no. I don't think I would read a sport-based manga either. Don't they have like ghost drawers or like drawing assistants for these mangas? It's crazy to me that they're drawing all of this on their own.
But what I could make out from the illustrations was that a rough, delinquent sort of character rolls into this high school and joins a baseball team. Now pairing that with Inoue's experience in his high school basketball club, we get a pretty vivid picture of how Slam Dunk was formed, though it would be quite some time before that would happen. Inoue's discovery of Dokuben is almost certainly what set him down the path of becoming a manga artist. It came at the perfect time, a transitional period where he was unsure of the direction he wanted to take with his life. At the end of his senior year in high school, Inoue came to an impasse. He desperately wanted to become an artist, but he felt his skills weren't at a high enough level to pursue fine arts in university. This is a bit ironic looking back because Inoue has some of the most stunning, picturesque art in the medium, but back then it was a different story. That style is something he would develop after years of experience. Instead of taking any formal art training save for a prep school course in the summer of his senior year, Inoue went to Kumamoto University to study literature. Now, you may be thinking this is where he developed his phenomenal writing skills, his ability to create intensely emotional characters and philosophical plotlines, but it's not. Inoue dropped out before even completing his first year. You see, while he was studying, Inoue was sending manuscripts to Shonen Jump rookie contests. Within a few months, his work was noticed by editor Taizo Nakamura, who not only encouraged him to continue drawing, but also got him a gig as an assistant on a popular series titled City Hunter, created by Hojo Tsukasa. It's under Tsukasa's wing that Inoue would
A lot of famous mangakas have been pushed by editors. But now that your model is switching around, it kind of does look like Fox. I'm gonna close my iPhone. I'm tired of the twitching. It's also tiring because I feel like I gotta stand really still. Okay, I'm just gonna reset my phone.
really begin to flourish, spending 10 or so months learning from a bona fide and popular pro. The following year, 1988, Inoue would submit a one-shot titled K-Day Purple to Shueisha for the semi-annual Tezuka contest, and he'd go on to win the grand prize. This award is a massive step for manga artists, and it served to launch the careers of many of the most successful creators the medium has ever seen. Yoshihiro Togashi, Takeshi Obata, Masanori Morita, Hiroyuki Takei, and of course Inoue himself. Needless to say, the award itself was a huge milestone for Inoue, but the work he submitted was equally as, if not more important.
Wait, Shaman King? Hold up. I used to go to the library to read Shaman King. Whatever happened to that manga? Did I even finish that? I don't think I ever finished it. Yo, I gotta go back and read it. It ended? It recently got an anime reboot and it... Okay. That was good. It was like kind of funny but interesting at the same time. And it was action based. I like shonens. Okay, my VTube studio is being really buggy. I'm just gonna play the video.
Sports manga have always been popular, but prior to K-Day Purple, there had never been one about basketball, Inoue's most cherished sport. With the major success of the one-shot, Inoue was ready to take on a serialization. Taking all he had learned and using the knowledge that a basketball manga would do well, Inoue began working on Chameleon Jail. I'll bet you thought I was going to say Slam Dunk, and honestly I was a bit shocked to learn of this series too, but Slam Dunk wouldn't start until the following year. Inoue worked as the illustrator alongside Kazuhiko Watanabe on Chameleon Jail, a story about a shape-shifting detective from the end of July to October 16th of 1989. It lasted only a couple volumes, so clearly it was not a big success. Little is known about the creative process behind this obscure manga from the 80s, but based on the following trajectory of Inoue's career, one can only assume the experience on the series convinced Inoue that it would be best to work alone. And boy, was that ever a good decision, because his next work would explode into Japan's cultural zeitgeist and leave an impact that lasts to this day. In 1990, Inoue began Slam Dunk. This series combines everything Inoue has learned about manga with his immense passion for the sport of basketball into what is arguably, and you'd have a damn easy time making this argument, the greatest sports manga of all time. Slam Dunk was a massive success almost instantly. Its eye-catching art and lovable characters grasped audience attention and never let go.
Really?
Slam Dunk follows Sakuragi Hanamichi, a rather slow delinquent teen who joins his high school's basketball team in order to impress a girl, only he has no skills for the sport whatsoever. As the plot progresses, Sakuragi grows both in skill and as a person, and comes to form indestructible bonds with his teammates. It's an underdog story through and through. Sakuragi's unabating efforts to improve deeply resonated with the Japanese readers. It took only a few months of publication for Inoue to begin receiving letters from fans describing how much they loved the story, and more importantly, how it inspired them to take up playing basketball. Deeply moved, Inoue would pour even more of his heart into the story. 3 years later, Slam Dunk would get
That one manga created the entire NBA fandom in Asia? Wow. Hey. Oh, shit. Sorry. I need a new phone setup. That's not gonna fall every 2 seconds. Why does this feel like it's not gonna hold at all? Yeah, I'm getting a bit triggered because it won't hold. Let's try this. It didn't break. It's chipped though.
Get a TV anime adaptation, sending basketball's popularity in Japan to the f***ing moon. I could go into much more detail about the cultural revolution behind this manga, but that isn't exactly what this video is about. Still, this is important context for Inoue's career, so let's do a rapid-fire round of facts. Between 1990 and 1995, over 1 million Japanese citizens began playing basketball through high school and recreational leagues. Volumes 21 through 23 shattered the initial book print run with 2.5 million copies each, a record that wouldn't be broken until 2002 by a certain pirate manga. In 1994,
I wonder what manga is that?
the 40th annual Shogakukan Award in the shonen category. Slam Dunk remains to this day, 30 years later, the best-selling sports manga of all time, with over 170 million copies in circulation worldwide. Slam Dunk was the first manga Inoue put his all into. He pulled things out of his heart and soul, threw them on the page, and sold millions of copies. His deep, intense love for the sport is evident all the way through to the end of.
That's how you make good writing and good story. Is when you borrow from real life experience.
The series and even past into his later career. It wouldn't be ridiculous to claim that he might have even more passion for basketball than manga. Following the very, very successful years of Slam Dunk's publication, Inoue would launch a short online manga called Buzzer Beater. Again, the story was about basketball. That bug just couldn't escape his mind. He loved it way too much. But it would only last 2 years, 4 volumes total. After Buzzer Beater, Inoue was hardly drawing anything and was seriously considering just ending his manga career. That was when an editor handed him a novel. There was no intention to spark inspiration. He did this simply to help Inoue kill time. That novel was Musashi by Eiji Yoshikawa, a fictionalization of famed philosopher Miyamoto Musashi's life. Inoue cracked the book open, began reading, and was awestruck. His hands started shaking with the desire to draw these characters. Later that year, Vagabond would begin publication.
Wow.
From page 1, the impact Yoshikawa's
Wait, the art looks so beautiful.
novel had on Inoue is evident. Inoue said he wanted to draw these characters and this story, but when you read Vagabond, it seems more like he was born to do so. Feudal Japan is illustrated with incredible detail.
Wow.
The series is filled with many stunning illustrations of nature that sometimes focus on small details, such as a blade of grass or a droplet of rain with precision that seems inhuman. Incredibly, this level of detail would remain throughout the series even after he switched from using pens to brushes for the art. What the brush lacks in control, it makes up for with line fluidity. Inoue's line work is so seamless it almost feels like it's breathing, but somehow Inoue manages to keep the same detail with his brushwork that he had with his pens. How? I couldn't begin to tell you, but why he made that choice? That I can.
What the fuck?
See, Inoue was inspired by the director Akira Kurosawa, who has such an incredible laundry list that we'd be here for hours if I went through it, but Kurosawa produced.
Okay, so after this stream, I'm gonna put all of this director's movie on my watch list and this manga. I love samurai stuff, and I especially have even more of a fascination for old samurai movies. I had a phase where I only watched like 70s samurai Japanese movies and stuff. So good.
The most iconic samurai movies of all time, so naturally Inoue saw it as the gold standard and wanted his work to be reminiscent of it. The switch over to brushes was in order to capture that gritty, dark feeling Kurosawa's films embodied. But reading through Vagabond, it's clear Kurosawa had a large impact on the way Vagabond is laid out. Vagabond—
Oh, he's the guy that did 7 Samurais? Okay, I've seen that.
as a samurai story, of course has many battle scenes. Every last one of them is illustrated beautifully and paneled in a way that flows like you're watching a film. Having just worked on a sports manga, something that obviously includes a lot of physical activity, Inoue mastered the ability to accurately depict the human body's movement. Pairing that with the subject matter and inspirations of Vagabond, Inoue created a samurai story Kurosawa himself would have in all likelihood very much appreciated. Inoue had a lot to say with Vagabond.
I mean, Quentin Tarantino definitely borrows a lot from these type of movies as well.
He wanted to cover more complex concepts such as life and death and the human condition, but he also felt that the Japanese people had lost touch with their history. He himself certainly had, so he hoped that he could spark some interest in it through Vagabond. Well, that he certainly did. Vagabond was a massive success. In the year 2000, he won the grand prize at the 4th Japan Media Arts Festival. Later that year, Vagabond won the 24th Annual Kodansha Manga Award in the general category. 2 years after that, Vagabond won Inoue the grand prize of the 6th Tezuka Osamu Cultural Award, which is one of the most, if not the most, prestigious award in manga. But before all that, Inoue would start up a second series in 1999, running in tandem with Vagabond. This series was titled Real. It follows 3 high school students, 2 of which are wheelchair-bound, who make efforts to better themselves through the sport of basketball. After seeing televised games of wheelchair basketball, Inoue was inspired. He saw these athletes pursuing the sport they and Inoue alike love in spite of their physical condition, and he needed to draw it. Real is an
I've already seen 7 Samurais. I'd probably watch Yojimbo next. Yeah, Kill Bill is a love letter to samurai movies. That's absolutely true.
intensely emotional story, one that confronts some of the hardest subjects in life. Characters experience an array of struggles and emotions. They face the fear that they are not enough, question whether they even can be enough because of their disabilities, but continue to try regardless of any of that. Vagabond and Real are both stories that do an incredible job of exploring the human condition, what it means to live, how one should go about living, but they do it from 2 different perspectives. Vagabond is a very solitary story. It follows one man on a self-centered path who through his isolation comes to realize the error in his ways.
That's
Whereas
beautiful.
Real follows multiple characters who feel limited by their own condition, and it is through other people that they grow. This is speculation, but with what we know about Inoue's life, how he values team sports and the bonds formed from them, it seems likely that Real's way of addressing these topics was more personal and approachable to Inoue. There's also no denying Inoue's love for basketball as a sport. Regardless, both series would continue to be massively successful, winning awards and selling millions of copies, neatly coexisting for over a decade, but I think we all know where this is going. In April of 2009, Inoue was interviewed by Japanese newspaper Nihon Ippon Shimbun. That was very hard to pronounce for me. At this time, both Real and Vagabond were being regularly and successfully published. Inoue tells the interviewer that he suspects Vagabond will end in a year or two. Though he wasn't exactly sure of how it would end, he was certain that the pieces of his story were taking their final positions. The next year, 2010, Inoue reaffirms what he said in the interview, but that summer, Inoue falls ill and both his series...
He doesn't know how it ends? Shouldn't you know how your book ends before you even start writing? What if you need to do a loop of some kind?
Go on hiatus. In October, he holds another interview where he states his health is much better and speaks on the state of Vagabond. But you must feel the desire to draw manga though, right? Vagabond in particular. The interviewer asks. I'd reached a point where I wasn't even sure of that. I became unsure of where I was heading, couldn't even remember where I'd started from in the first place. That's how busy I was. I was stuck doing the work for external factors for so long that I'd forgotten to look inside myself. Inoue responds. He then adds, well,
if you don't know, if you don't have a plan for your book, then it's never gonna be, like, the ending's never gonna be incredible, right? Because everything in your book should lead to the ending, and you need to do foreshadowing, you need to do, you know, similarities. There's a lot of things that you're gonna refer at the end of the book that are gonna have to happen throughout the book. With serial work, it's very common for the author to drift before setting an ending goal. Yeah. No, I know that a lot of authors don't work like that, but I feel like that's always the one that struggle with ending their books.
Speaking in terms of what I want to do, as I said before,
Mangas
I really
are
don't
different?
at all have the urge to work on
Okay.
it right now. But I do know that if I don't work
Yeah, like Game of Thrones. Like, this is exactly the problem with Game of Thrones, which is why I'm saying this now. Sometimes you get rings of power. Yeah. Mm. If you're a good writer, the evolution of characters and storyline can create a great ending. Yeah, but I think you can accidentally create a great ending, but if you want to maximize your chance, you should probably have like a loose idea of how it's gonna end.
on it, I'll be in trouble.
Game of Thrones has other problems. No, like his problem with with Song of Ice and Power is that he's losing track of his plot. The way he tells a story is through many different perspectives and many different narrators, and I think he's getting a little lost with all the different narratives.
Down the road, and that's basically what was keeping me going until I went on hiatus. I don't think that's a good way of going about it. My hope is to stay away from Vagabond until all those unnecessary worries and emotions are gone, and I'm ready to draw it because I want to draw it. I'm not sure if I'll be allowed to wait that long though. December.
Yeah, exactly. That's a better way to summarize what I was saying. For Game of Thrones, Martin really made it bigger than needed. Yeah. That's what happens when mangas go on for too long. The authors forget what the main points were. They do, but the editors will extend the length by 10 times if the manga gains popularity. You mean so they have to deviate? Yeah, okay.
Of 2010, Real resumes publication. Vagabond stays on hiatus.
Just playing devil's advocate, you also don't want to force an ending into a story when the pre-ending elements don't really lead into it. Exactly, that's why you shouldn't improv your ending. That's everything in your book should work together seamlessly. That's why you need a plan. A loose plan, at least.
Inoue posted to his blog saying Vagabond will stay on hiatus until he regains enthusiasm for the series. When asked why that is the case and if working on 2 series is so different, Inoue responds, "Totally different. With Real, I almost never worry about trying to do something completely original or express things stylishly, or at least I don't in terms of the artwork anyway. Vagabond is where I try to do new things with the art and draw the best that I can. So in that sense, drawing is pure enjoyment, whereas Real is me drawing squarely within my..."
Like, imagine... Okay, can somebody look up if the guy that made Attack on Titan didn't think of the ending and made it up as he went? Like, that's the kind of book I feel like you need to know what your end goal is when the whole book is like a mystery about what's going on. The Hunter x Hunter author mentioned earlier for X, his shonen masterpiece Yu Yu Hakusho has disjointed beginning and abrupt broken ending. That sucks. Why is Rima nitpicking on them authors? Listen, I don't know why I can't pronounce it properly. I've tried. Yeah, he needed to know what was in the basement.
and normal capabilities. It's like I've got 2 different modes. The process is almost like cooking with Real. Vagabond is something more personal. There's no formula. It feels like I'm making something that's not quite manga. Vagabond is almost something like running around a mountain or swimming in a river, and that there are no rules, but I have to use everything I have in me, in every situation, which is also what's so exhausting about it. I've been putting a ton of effort into the whole manga process for Real lately, and I've rediscovered a joy in it that Vagabond never gave me. The joy of manga, and being a professional manga artist. It must be how everyone else feels when they're drawing manga.
Okay.
Inoue seems to see...
It's really poetic, but it also sounds like it's very taxing mentally and emotionally. AOT that we're all supposed to die in the basement? So he pivoted to his other ending?
working on Vagabond as a pursuit of perfection, or if not that, then something quite close. He feels this pressure to make it original and as good as it can possibly be. After recovering from an illness, he had no motivation to work on Vagabond because of that self-imposed pressure, but with Real, he felt he could just enjoy drawing manga. It came to him easier, and I think that the content of the story, being basketball, improving oneself through an activity, not only felt more comfortable with Inoue's interests, but with where he was at creatively. He was trying to learn to enjoy drawing manga again, to improve his approach to working on his manga just like his characters in Real. Vagabond would remain on hiatus until March of 2012 with the release of Chapter 301. All the while, Real would continue its publication with a new chapter every month or so. It wasn't a completely regular schedule, but it was being published nonetheless. When Vagabond returned in 2012, it stayed until 2014, releasing nearly 3 full volumes worth of chapters. In February of 2014, following the release of Chapter 322, Inoue announced the series would be going on a 4-month hiatus for research purposes. That hiatus lasted nearly a year. In January of 2015, Inoue released Chapter 323. In February, 324, March 325, April 326, May 327, and that was the final chapter ever released. At this point, Real also began a long hiatus. No chapter was seen until 2019, and that year saw only 3. Chapters 85 through 93 of Real were published between 2019 and 2021. Chapter 9 was published earlier this year. Inoue's manga all saw great success. He loved the stories he created, so why?
I think it's the... Before you start a project, the expectations, the everything, especially if he's putting so much of himself into everything, and they're so incredibly detailed, it's like it becomes a monumental task to just do one chapter. I think what she said only applies to plot-driven story. You don't have to plan out everything with character-driven story. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Could agree with that.
Hard to say why someone does or doesn't do something when you're not that person, but what isn't hard to say is that writing is hard. Writing good stuff is, anyway. Anyone can write some schlock and ship it off to publishers, but that isn't what Inoue has been working with. In his hands, Inoue has a masterpiece. It's clear he holds Vagabond with an extreme level of reverence in his mind, and when both a wide audience and you yourself view the thing you've created as an important piece of art, the pressure is just unimaginable. Based on what he has said, it's clear Inoue refuses to continue Vagabond unless what he creates is absolutely perfect. An ideal that is made all the more hard to obtain by the pressure he puts on himself. One that is also exacerbated by the expectations of millions of fans waiting around the world. An expectation that increases as every single day passes. For Inoue, it is easier to fall back on real. A story that does not have those personal and worldwide expectations on it. A story he actually enjoys writing, not doing so under the ever-present shadow of perfection like he has to with Vagabond. As consumers, it's easy for us to sit in our lazy boy recliners and complain about the lazy writer. Just draw the manga already, just write Winds of Winter, George. Just get to it, what's the deal? But what we don't see and what we don't understand are the years of effort, blood, sweat, tears, pain, research, dedication that went into building these stories up to how well regarded they are now, and how the fear of not being able to conclude all that in a satisfying way, not even for the readers but for the sake of the art, for the story itself, is crippling. No amount of reassurance from fans or editors or whoever is going to change the fact that if Inoue isn't 100% satisfied with every last panel, every last line he draws, he is going to regret it for the rest of his life. To you, that might seem a bit overkill, but to him, to anyone who puts their soul into something, that is the bare minimum, and anything less would be a complete disgrace. So to answer the question I asked at the beginning, why did Inoue practically abandon Vagabond? Well, because perfecting your life's work, something many people consider a masterpiece, is the most frightening and daunting task a creative mind can face. It's not pathetic to be afraid in the face of that, nor should he be condemned for it. All artists and writers are people too. That fact doesn't...
I used to have that problem a lot when I created stuff. I would always overcomplicate things. I always wanted my projects to be monumental tasks. And what happened is that I would give up after a while. It was impossible to finish them. And thankfully I've found ways to be able to create and force my creativity. I found routines and some tips and tricks and hacks that help me. But when it comes to writing a script, at least, you know, sometimes you're just staring at a blank space or you're putting it off to later because you procrastinate, but it's not because you're lazy, it's just because the task of starting is so daunting. What am I gonna say? But it really just starts with segmenting what you're gonna talk about. I'm gonna talk about this, then I'll probably touch on that. And then as you go, once you put those few words on it, then it's gonna start flowing, and then you can add bits there, move things around. This doesn't really work. You change things around. You're gonna end that way, sure, you know. What methods do you use to help push through? It depends. For writing, it's really like I try to structure my text, and the more structure it is, the easier it is. And the easier it is for you to write, the more you're gonna want to do it. Because if it's complicated, you're gonna be like, I don't feel like doing it. But when I'm like, intro, debut, I'm gonna use one for my script. Debut, plot, I wanna talk about her characteristic, why she was a success, you know, tension, plot twist, downfall, whatever. This controversy, I gotta mention that. That was important. I'll just put it in there as a bullet point. I'll be like, I gotta mention that. And as you research, you find more stuff too, and then you can build on that. And sometimes I just think of lines or jokes that I want to put in my script. I just write them down, and I'll try to build around these. You know, anything that you can build on or that inspires you, you should just write it down. And at the end of the script, sometimes the script has gone totally different direction, and you're like, it doesn't fit anymore, so you just remove it. You adapt. It was a dark and stormy night. Me and insert male character were stuck in in this cabin in the woods. And when it comes to creative, like drawing and art, it's you just have to sketch a lot. Like you give yourself 1 hour or a few hours per week where you sketch a lot of the time. And when you have like a blank or you draw no inspiration, then you can go back to your sketchbook and think about, look through your stuff, see what you liked. And then you're like, hey, I like this. I can work with that. And you take that design again and then you build on it and you're like, oh, I could bring this here. And you just like, you have to almost make it a mechanical process. Even though it's an artistic process, you gotta find a way to force it. Because if you just rely on when inspiration comes, I'll start writing. When inspiration comes, I'll start drawing. Okay, but if it's your job, you don't have that luxury. You gotta do it every single day.
Doesn't change just because they reach some literary pinnacle. They don't suddenly become writing gods capable of overcoming monumental things the average person could not. Inoue is still that same kid, fresh out of high school, afraid his skills aren't good enough to pursue what he wants to do. He's also that same kid that experienced many of his happiest moments of his life on his high school basketball court. Basketball is possibly his biggest passion, and he has a deeply personal ongoing work about it to fall back on when he feels incapable of drawing Vagabond. And that's fine. Does that mean Vagabond will never return? No, absolutely not, and I guess it isn't really fair to say he abandoned it, though that makes for quite the catching title. Last year with the release of the new Slam Dunk movie, Inoue did an interview in which he commented on the state of Vagabond. What he said is that he fully intends to return to the series and in the near future too. Whether that means a year, 2, 5, nobody can tell, but not all hope is lost. He hasn't just given up completely, but he has wavered under the immense pressure that comes with creating such a piece of work, which is a very normal human thing to do. So as fans, we should eagerly await the manga's return while showing some compassion for the person behind it.
Dude, that guy is a real artist. He looks kind of awesome, not gonna lie. I have a lot of respect for these mangakas. You start writing about the characters first? Ooh, that's the problem I have that's the part I have the most trouble with. I feel like I usually have a good idea of how I want the principal characters to look like probably the protagonist and the antagonist, because I love villains. But I can't really think about the secondary characters that well. I don't have them fleshed out. Well, for what it's worth, we're all glad you took the VTubing role as your new creative effort. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Kiwasa. Heart. I start drawing the eyeballs. Sometimes you just gotta empty your mind to be able to do something. What do you guys think this video is about? Which mangaka is he? The tragic story of a manga's greatest genius? Can we just pay our manga artists better? And people that work in the anime industry better? I feel like they're all overworked. Okay, which videos are good in this submission, guys? You should talk to the Holocure dev about it. Is he the one that made that post today? He made that post about apologizing for disappointing fans or something. You guys want to watch the rise and fall of the DC EU? A Bloodborne review, but I haven't. Oh, it's from Maxor. I haven't watched Bloodborne though. The Joe Rogan situation is crazy. What is happening with Joe Rogan's lawsuit? I've heard about that. Freerin versus Galadriel. How to write a likable character. Oh god. That's gonna make me mauled, isn't it? That's gonna make me mauled. Oh yeah, the Dracula stuff. We were supposed to watch the Dracula.
You are, I'm sure, familiar with the tale of Count Dracula, the world's most famous vampire, popularized by Bram Stoker in his novel of the same name. The story tells of an evil vampire named Dracula.
That's
who,
a good one.
through manipulation and cunning, sneaks from his home in Transylvania.
This is why it'd be better if we had those videos on Reddit so people could vote for the ones they want to watch instead of me asking every time.
Into England, where he begins terrorizing the populace by feeding on the blood of innocent men and women.
Freerin Galadriel,
He is
okay.
ultimately defeated by brave men and women led by Abraham Van Helsing, and through their cleverness, bravery, and the aid of holy items like the cross. In many respects, Dracula was meant to be something of an antichrist character, offering a relief from death through undeath, taking the blood of others rather than offering up his own blood. In every way, Count Dracula is the ultimate evil, the antagonist to the ultimate good. And, of course, if you're familiar with Dracula, then you are familiar with the real-world Wallachian prince for whom he was named, Vlad III Dracula, also known as Vlad Tepes or Vlad the Impaler, known as one of the most cruel, savage, and barbaric names to ever be given. A man
Based? I'm kidding.
Whose name inspired fear and horror in all who knew him. A man so evil that it is said he dined amongst the corpses of his enemies.
Damn.
That he built for himself a forest of impaled victims all around his castle, and that he delighted in dipping his bread in the blood of his foes.
That doesn't sound very sanitary, guys. But what about the germs? Vlad, what about the germs?
All grueling, horrible stuff, and surely a most fitting inspiration for the vampire of Stoker's work. And yet, there's more to the man than this. Much more. While I love the story Dracula and find it a fascinating piece of literature, the real Vlad Dracula is far different from the vampire. Today, I'd like to tell you of the Dark Prince of Wallachia and the Hungarian hero. A man whose deeds struck more fear into the hearts of the Ottoman Empire than any undead vampire could. And a man who would never have shrunk back from the Holy Cross, but in fact, bore it before him as a bad...
Do not mention that movie. Listen. The tropes were there. The movie was not it. It was definitely just a popcorn movie.
...badge of honor. Today, I will tell you of the Dread Lord Impaler, Vlad Dracula.
Thought I was gonna say son of a bitch.
Vlad's story, interestingly enough, does not begin with him, but rather with his father, Vlad II. In 1431, Sigismund, the king of Hungary at the time, inducted Vlad II into the Order of the Dragon, which was where the surname Dracul comes from, for it means the dragon.
Oh.
The Order of the Dragon was a knightly order founded with the purpose of defending Christendom from the Ottoman Turks, who had been invading and persecuting Christian lands for years at this point. 5 years later, after his coronation into the Order of the Dragon in 1436, Vlad II was named Voivode of Wallachia. A fine title to be sure, but he had a real problem. Wallachia was sandwiched between the Kingdom of Hungary and the Ottoman Empire, two opposing forces who used Wallachia and its surrounding lands as their chessboard on which to wage their wars. 1 year after becoming voivode, or warlord, Sigismund, the King of Hungary, passed away. In 1437, and without a strong Hungarian monarch to support him, Vlad II was forced to kneel to Ottoman control for the sake of his own country. Without wasting any time, Sultan Murad II enlisted Vlad in a complete invasion of Transylvania, hauling off over 40...
Yo, that hat is crazy. I would wear that. What do you think he's making up for with that hat?
3,000 Christians as slaves. Vlad was dejected, but powerless. For Christendom at this point had no heroes left. However,
I love the onion hats.
When the great John Hun
When I play Crusader Kings, I always like use the biggest onion hat I can find.
Hunyadi arose to rekindle crusading sentiments.
I love giving order to people looking like super eccentric.
Vlad II saw a
Such a
potential
mood.
opportunity to fight back. And this worried the Sultan, who immediately had his vassals shackled and thrown in prison. This proved to be a poor decision, though, because without Vlad II there to be his vassal, Murad had just left Wallachia with an empty throne, and John Hunyadi was more than ready to appoint an ally of his own there. Murad changed his mind quickly and decided...
Listen, Akbarik, I hated that cargo dress because it was like a cheap $20 cargo dress. If it was an expensive one, I'd probably like it. Hey, Sayu's found son. I always make my Viking hipster looking guys to make it canon friendly. I like to watch him play CK3. Oh god. I like take like 5 concubines and just like scheme and murder people. That's what the game encourages you to do, okay? It's not me. That's literally the gameplay.
decided to release Vlad back to his own throne, but on one condition. Vlad must leave behind his 2 youngest sons as hostages in his place. According to Manuel Ducas, an artist and scribe who documented the Ottoman Empire's exploits, quote, he, Vlad II, delivered them to the Sultan even though they were still adolescents.
The Sultan.
The youngest brother was Radu, and the older brother, Vlad III, named after his father. Vlad III was born sometime between 1428 and 1431. He received a standard noble education and experienced a very fierce upbringing. According to historian Raymond T. McNally, quote, from the tenderest age, a great deal of physical emphasis was placed on physical fitness in Wallachia. Children were exposed to the elements on stormy nights in true Spartan tradition, and should they survive the chills and fevers of the accompanying colds, they were considered to have strong physical and moral character, which are essential traits in good warriors. While history would remember him as Vlad Tepish, which means Vlad the Impaler, his true name, which we can take from his signature, was rather Vlad Dracula, which means son of the dragon for his father. In his adulthood, as his reputation
That's such a cool name. He's basically a Targaryen.
Blackened and grew more sinister, many tried to retranslate the name to mean son of the devil to add to his already bad reputation. But I get ahead of myself, we will get to that point.
Okay.
Now, in 1442, when Vlad was about 12 years old and his younger brother Radu was 6, the only relationships Vlad knew were his jailers, who were of different religion and tongue, and his inmates. The circumstances for the 2 brothers was perilous, for they could be executed at any moment if their father failed to live according to the Sultan's wishes. In fact, their lives very nearly came to an end when their father sent his soldiers to participate in the Crusade of Varna in 1444. But after that crusade failed, Vlad was essentially broken to the Ottomans. He refused to again raise troops or soldiers against him for fear of losing his sons. John Hunyadi was irritated with Vlad's indecisiveness and had him executed so that a new and more willing monarch may rule Wallachia and push back the Ottomans. Now, this may seem
Damn.
harsh, but if you look at a map of where Wallachia was located and where the Ottoman Empire is located, Wallachia needed a strong resistance in order to maintain Romanian independence from the Ottoman Empire. So it was important to John Hunyadi that the leader of Wallachia would not waver. But this move from John Hunyadi didn't sit well with Sultan Murad, who didn't like the idea of a Hunyadi-owned Wallachia. And that's when he thought of Vlad Dracula. Unlike Radu, the youngest son,
I feel like from all the monarch you could be in the medieval time, a sultan is probably the coolest. I mean, you have the best weather, you live in a palace, and you got the onion hats and the curly shoes. Hey, Snow Points.
son who was not only handsome but seemingly weaker in will, the young Vlad was fierce, formidable, and a fighter. He was prone to vicious and violent actions against his captors and was whipped so frequently that some jailers said it molded his body into diamond hardness.
What?
What a perfect vassal, thought Murad. So Murad sent Vlad III back to his home to rule in his father's place as a vassal of the Ottoman Empire. It was made clear, however, that Vlad was to offer tribute to the Sultan and to pay him tribute. Vlad, only 18 years old at the time, would sit on the throne of Wallachia for only 2 months before another claimant came and drove him out. Vlad's name disappears from history for 6 years after that and will only reappear again in 1456. And it was no peaceful return by any means. Vlad was now a warrior, honed and dangerous. The man on the throne of Wallachia, Vladislav II, was the same man who had executed Vlad's father. And now he would pay the price for it. Vlad challenged him to single combat and won. Now, 26 years of age, Vlad Dracula was home.
Why would you ever say yes to that? There's a chance you lose your throne.
And he was ready to stay. He began building a personal guard of loyal soldiers. And after that, it was time to deal with the disloyal subjects. One of the primary problems facing Christian lands at the time was noble infighting. It was very common for nobles and boyars to scheme and plot behind the scenes, weakening the internal structure and function of the lands. While the voivode may fight intently against the Ottomans, 3 nobles secretly make deals with the Sultan to sabotage their warlord and take power in his place. Vlad knew this well, and he was going to prevent that eventuality. In a scene to set hairs on end, Vlad Dracula invited all the boyars he suspected of treachery to a banquet in his castle. During the banquet, he laughed and joked with them and asked them, in a joking manner of course, how many voivodes had come and gone before him. The boyars and nobles laughed and said, many. Losing his smile, Vlad asked far more seriously, why? This frightened the boyars because they knew they were the reason. And Vlad knew it. Vlad gave the word, locked the doors to the hall, then he and his men butchered the traitorous boyars.
Okay.
After this, Dracula set to work rebuilding and reconstructing the military of his province. According to Chalko Kandalis, a historian of the time, quote, he surrounded himself with a number of distinguished and devoted soldiers and servants to whom he gave the wealth and social positions of those boyars he killed, so that in a short time he brought about a radical change. He had...
I mean, smart, yeah. You gotta give the people a reason to be loyal to you.
completely alter the organization of Wallachia. But one question was left to be answered. Was Vlad loyal to the Ottomans? After all, the Sultan expected Vlad to offer homage and tribute.
Probably
in
not.
September 1456, Vlad answered that question by swearing loyalty and fealty to Hungary, the arch-rival of the Ottomans. But Vlad knew the Sultan would not accept this. Before long, the Ottomans were massing an invading army and pressuring Vlad to open up his country to them so that they could cross through and attack Hungary. Vlad wrote a plea to his neighbors in Transylvania to send men to aid in the war effort. But not only did they refuse to send any help, but as was common at the time, the nobles and governors of Hungary, Brasov, and
I was thinking about Napoleon, because Napoleon did something like that. If you do that nowadays, they will call you a dictator. But those were really different times. At that time, even in a single country, you could be like two neighboring states could be friends one day and enemy the second day.
Transylvania were already plotting to remove Vlad and put in a new voivode of Wallachia who would be less disagreeable. And while this was going on, to make matters worse, the Saxons were violating the free trade agreement they'd made in Wallachia and were daring Vlad to do anything about it while he was still trying to hold off the Ottomans. Dracula had endured enough.
It's like when you're playing Civilization, you're fighting wars with two other Civ, and you got somebody sacking your trade routes on top of it. God damn it. Can we have one problem at a time? Hey, Baton.
First, he invaded the Saxon lands and butchered the populace, impaling thousands.
Oh my god.
Then, when the Brasov-sponsored invasion began so they could depose Vlad in 1460, Dracula crushed their forces easily, and then forced their leader, who had organized the treachery, to dig his own grave. Vlad gave him a funeral service done in the Christian tradition, and then had him beheaded beside his own tomb.
Jeez.
Now, before we continue, it's important, after this terrible and horrifying account...
Okay, so that's why he's called the Impaler. Yeah, he's pretty gruesome. So when does he start sucking other people's blood?
Discuss a few misunderstandings about Vlad. Many tend to use these events and actions to describe Vlad as a monster and psychopath, but there are a few things to bear in mind. The first is that impalement, while attributed to Vlad, was not an uncommon execution method at the time. In fact, it was a favored one of the Ottomans. In 1453, during the siege of Constantinople, after beheading all the sailors of a Venetian ship, Sultan Muhammad II ordered the life of its captain to be taken by a stake through the anus. Which leads to the next thing to consider. Much of Vlad's upbringing was surrounded by the Muslim Turks, who instilled in Vlad a deep understanding of terror as a form of control and combat. According to Kurt Treptow, a Dracula historian, quote, "Many of the horrific deeds attributed to Dracula were things he learned from the Ottomans. For example, after the carnage at Varna, Murad II held a, quote, feast among the corpses of vanquished Christians." It's clear that the cruelty and fierceness of Vlad was not something he himself invented, but something he adopted and used against his foes to great effect.
Dude, the 1400s to 1500s were particularly brutal, even in Italy, which is, you know, where Renaissance was. They were very brutal, very violent.
The final point to make is that while it may seem cruel to many that Dracula would use these tactics against his would-be allies, historian Anton Bolota points out, quote, "Careful historical and economic research has pointed out that Dracula's invasion of the Transylvania lands of the Saxons was not a product of an evil policy of a voivode bent on massacres, but the result of a deliberate and conscious policy applied with a cruelty which was characteristic of the time. The policy of Dracula towards the Saxons was guided by the need for a strong resistance against the Turks." In other words, the tactics of Dracula were not uncommon for the time. Even the King of Hungary felt this way, as he wrote to the Transylvanians, quote, "You yourselves through your greed gave Vlad reason to come against you, causing great damage. For this you must bear most of the guilt." So, before we all sensationalize the cruelty and wickedness of Dracula, context must always be further understood.
Yeah, but rumors and stuff like that is always what transcends time. Like all the things they said about him at the beginning of the video, they do have a lot of historical figures too. When you actually read about them through a historian lens, you realize that they weren't that crazy. But you hear the most horrible stuff about them. I passed a video of my favorite Byzantium emperor. Ooh, I love the Byzantium Empire.
In any event, and in any case, by 1460, Vlad was now the unquestioned ruler of Wallachia. He married the daughter of the King of Hungary, and with her at his side, he announced his intent to revolt against the Ottomans.
He is using a lot of concepts that Machiavelli described in his book, which was a guide on how to rule. But I'm surprised that Machiavelli never cited him as a reference. And also, I think it was done like in two opposite sides of Europe, but around the same time. But a lot of the concepts, like the one where you should ally with a weaker enemy against a stronger one, that was one of it. And the giving your allegiance to the Sultan and then backstabbing him, that's also like a signature move of that book.
And now, it is at this point that the Ottomans must take action.
And most importantly, ruling through fear. I guess that is the main theme here.
Sultan Muhammad II was not happy about Vlad's decision to revolt. But Muhammad, also sometimes called Mehmet, was not fooled. He knew that the best tactic against the Balkan lands was to divide them and turn them against each other. So first he tried diplomacy. In a story that has gone down as legendary, Mehmet sent 3 emissaries to Vlad's castle, demanding that he pay the 3 years' worth of tribute he had yet to deliver, but also to give 500 Christian...
Let me guess. He replied, "This is Sparta!" and he kicked him into a hole.
...children over for enslavement for the Janissary Corps. During the meeting, Vlad asked them why they did not remove their turbans in his presence. You see, in a Christian court, it was customary and tradition to remove headwear before royalty.
You speak of homage. Yet I noticed that none of you had the courtesy to remove your hats when you enter my court.
But Vlad knew why they didn't. Even before they answered, he knew why. They told him, because by Ottoman custom and law, they were to keep their turbans on at all times in public.
Prince, you spent years in our court. You know that the Ottoman culture forbids us from removing our hats in public.
What is this movie?
But you're in my court now.
Vlad replied coldly, quote, "And I shall uphold your law so that you will adhere to it firmly."
Mehmet can find a new ally. And you will never have to remove your hats again.
He then had his guards restrain the disrespectful messengers and nail the turbans to their heads.
Oh.
Now, most accounts say that this was an execution.
I thought he was just gonna chop their heads off. This isn't Napoleon. I wasn't talking about Napoleon. I was talking about when Machiavelli wrote his book and that guy. Vlad the Impaler. Damn, I thought he was gonna say, "We don't remove your hat, so I'm gonna remove your head," but no. He took it a little bit further.
Execution. But the chronicle goes on to say that he told the messengers afterwards, quote, "Tell your master to not send his customs and his demands to other lords who don't want them, and let him keep his customs to himself." Because he told them this implies he did not bury the nails deep enough to kill, only to keep the turbans fastened to their heads and to cause intense pain for the messenger. But the message was clear nonetheless. Vlad would not bow. Mehmet was furious, but not ready to give up. He decided to remove Vlad through trickery. He sent out 2 messages, one to Vlad and another to his secret servant in Nicopolis, Hamza Bey. The message to Vlad was that it would be beneficial for him to come and meet with the Sultan and court personally. Simply bring along his tribute and come unarmed, and they would be able to make amends. The message to Hamza was a little less friendly. The Sultan told Hamza he would be very grateful if he were to ambush Vlad on his way to Nicopolis and capture him. But Vlad knew it was a plot, and the Voivode of Wallachia was already prepared. He gathered 50 Wallachian children and a few chests of money to act as a portion of the tribute he would offer, and then rode out and crossed into Nicopolis. But what Hamza didn't know was that Dracula's personal guard was already armed, and he'd set his army to hide in the hills and attack on his command. So when Hamza tried to ambush him, it was not Hamza who sprung the trap. It was Dracula who pounced upon the ambushers, capturing Hamza. According to one Ottoman chronicler, the Bey, or Lord of Wallachia, that damn...
That guy has a lot of foresight to escape all of these traps his enemies are setting up for him. The son of a bitch
attacked Hamza Bey about midnight. He killed many Turks and took Hamza Bey prisoner. The infidels crossed the Danube at several places and made an incursion into the regions neighboring Wallachia and plundered, causing much damage to the Ottoman provinces. In honor of Hamza...
kind of a Chad. I mean, I like that he has the balls, the cojones, to tell this other lord that's from a much more powerful nation than him. Maybe he has like, it's like as if he has 10 times his subscribers and he tells them to fuck off, get off his property.
His position, though.
Yeah, when you have a childhood like Vlad the Impaler, did you learn a few things? He sure was a product of his time.
Vlad made sure to impale him on a very high stake to reflect his very high position.
Oh.
Immediately after this, Vlad turned to the fortress of Georgiou in Nicopolis with 2,000 of his men. He approached under cover of night, pretending to be one of the Turkish soldiers. He spoke to the guards in fluent Turkish, which he had learned during his captivity as a child, and tricked the guards into lowering the drawbridge for him.
Oh,
with that,
rookie
Vlad
mistake.
and his army razed the city, burning and killing as they went. An estimated 24,000 Turks were left dead. And with the gates of Nicopolis open to him, Dracula spent the next few days raiding Ottoman-controlled land, killing Turks of every age and gender. And after making the lands empty of the Ottoman control, he sought out any Christian families he could and shepherded them onto his own land, settling them there. And, to put the cherry on top of his victory, Dracula released a few Turkish men he'd captured and gave them a message for their sultan, which went thusly, quote, "Go. You will tell your sultan what you have seen. I have served him as far as I was able, and if my service is pleasing to him, I will serve him still as much as is in my power." According to Kurt Treptow, quote, "The Turks were so terror-stricken that those who could flee the Balkans and cross to Anatolia considered themselves fortunate. And as for Constantinople itself, there was an atmosphere of terror and gloom caused by the awesome reputation of Kaziglu Bey, the Ottoman title for Dracula, which means Lord Impaler."
Okay, but when does he become a vampire though?
Now, before we proceed with Vlad's life, I believe now would be a good time to discuss an important aspect about Vlad Dracula that many might choose to ignore. Thanks to modern media and discussion, the prevailing view of Vlad Dracula is one of a cruel and vicious tyrant who took sadistic delight in butchering, impaling, and torturing others. It is from these vile and frightening accounts that many believe inspiration for Count Dracula the Vampire was spawned. In truth, though, Bram Stoker did little research on the actual Dracula, having only heard the rumors of him and liking the name. He did little to learn of the true man behind that name, though. I think it's time we peeled back the monster and look at the man for who he was. Unlike the fictional vampire who was repulsed by the divine and holy items, the true Vlad Dracula was an outspoken Christian. This may seem hard to believe given the nature of his more frightening and vicious actions, but it's important to bear in mind that his actions, viewed in the proper context, were not the result of a sick and demented mind bent on sadism, but came from a...
There's been a lot of violent deeds that's been made in the name of Christendom, so I'm not too surprised about that.
Recognized and even accepted form of disciplinary policy. Vlad Dracula, after his victory in Ottoman lands, would go on to write to the King of Hungary the following, quote, "Know that we have done all that we could for the time being to harm those who kept urging us to leave the Christians and to take their side, that we have broken our peace with them not for our own benefit, but for the honor of the Holy Crown of your Majesty and the preservation of Christianity." It's important to understand who Dracula was and what he had done. Many today only know Dracula by his cruelty, but that cruelty must be held in proper context. Before his rule, the land was considered lawless and wild. According to Treptow, quote, "Wallachia was split apart. The people run to the mountains, to the valleys, and away anywhere they could from the cruel Turks, away from the Hungarian barbarians as well. The old men that the Turks cut down, the young ones they enslave, the girls they rape, the youth they capture and enroll in their armies. Wherever they pass, they burn the villages." And Romanian historian Anton Boloda writes, "Dracula's policies introduced order in the country, and this helps explain his sudden resistance to the Turks, which he could not have organized previously without the help of his people."
Yeah, that's another concept the Book of Machiavelli talks about, is that if your principles and your honor get in the way of you being firm and not instilling like fear and respect in your subjects, then your land will be lawless, and thus in the end you will have done more harm than good. For this kind of mentality, only the end goal and not how it took to the end to get to the end goal matters.
I say all this to make this point clear. Dracula may have been cruel, but he was as monstrous as he was moral.
Still no morbid time.
It is known that, above all things, Dracula hated stealing. There's a famous story in Romania called The Golden Goblet. In this story, Dracula supposedly left a golden jeweled goblet by a well that peasants visited regularly throughout the day. For however long the goblet was there, no one touched it. Vlad was swift and fierce with punishment for theft or wrongdoing in his country, and for this reason, the people felt safer and protected under Dracula. Evil and wrongdoing were met with terrible consequences, and this knowledge meant that any man or woman who was wronged would not feel the need to try and get revenge for themselves, for the wrath of Dracula would be all the punishment required. In fact, Dracula was just as harsh to those who did not carry their own weight. Referring to them as vagabonds, he once said of them, quote, "These men live off the sweat of others, so they are useless to humanity. It is a form of thievery. In fact, the masked robber in the forest demanding your purse. But if you are quicker than your hand and more vigorous than he, you can escape from him. However, these vagabonds take your belongings gradually by begging, but they still take it. They are worse than robbers. May such be eradicated from my lands."
So I guess he would be against social crap, what is it called? Like social benefits? Like the stimulus checks? Hi, Richard.
In all things, Dracula was a man who brought
welfare. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. So he'd be against welfare.
balance and security to Wallachia. Hence why even to this day, Romania holds Vlad Dracula III as a...
Are you ready for Friday? Nope, but here I am streaming instead. Give me a sec. What? Is he based?
national hero. Dracula was a hard and cunning man, but he had a heart, despite all the things attributed to him. Again, I know it may seem hard to believe, but this must be understood in order to understand the man that he was. But now that we've touched on that, let us continue with our journey through Vlad's life, now that we understand more of the man rather than the monster.
If a man won't work, neither should he eat. I'm gonna have this, this is gonna be my household quotes next time I play Manor Lords. A lot of the ruthlessness of Christian history comes from a long history of foreign attacks. Yeah, and to be fair, as Chatter said earlier, every religion has committed horrible crimes in the past, not just Christian, it's just... well, there was a lot of them.
When the Sultan launches
Wait, that's scripture? Really?
Is the Sultan to Wallachia from the northern banks of the river, Vlad's soldiers lay in wait to ambush the Janissaries. When the Sultan finally made it himself, he found 250 dead Janissaries left on the shores. In a panic, Mehmet ordered cannons to be fired on Dracula's army. Seeing that staying there was pointless, Vlad retreated, allowing the Ottomans to land. But in the initial ambush, there was an impact on Mehmet. Fear had struck the Sultan, and it showed in his desperate and violent march through Wallachia. According to Sad al-Din, a chronicler of the Ottoman court, quote, "Shouting Allah lead us to victory, the soldiers passed through many places. They inflicted such merciless punishment on Wallachia that it seemed as if the end of the world had come, shedding much blood with their terrifying swords." Vlad was outnumbered, and the morale of his people was low. He was forced to resort to scorched earth and guerrilla hit-and-run tactics, hoping to wear down his enemy. Unfortunately, Vlad ran into two problems. First, Vlad's younger brother Radu, who had remained in Ottoman custody, was loyal to the Sultan, who some historians believe was his lover. More on that later. Radu, who had knowledge of Wallachia and his brother, was able to offer advice and direction on what to do and where to strike to do the most damage to the populace, including revealing the hiding places of women and children in the countryside. The second problem was that another Romanian prince, Stephen of Moldavia, who sought the throne of Wallachia for himself,
Wait.
was using...
Was this guy actually named Stephen? It's not very medieval.
This Ottoman invasion as an opportunity to attack Vlad and steal the throne from him. And to make matters worse, the Hungarians were still refusing to give any aid to Vlad, fearing it would only anger the Ottomans further against them. But from this, Vlad had become desperate, and from this desperation arose the most daring assault in world history, the infamous night raid of Dracula. If Dracula's army could not best the Ottomans, then he would sever the head of the snake and assassinate the Sultan. In the pitch-black night of June 16th, 1462, near the Carpathian Mountains, Dracula, with near 7,000 horsemen, violently rode into the camp of the Sultan with lightning speed. They butchered countless Turks, hunting for the Sultan. Sultan Mehmet, hearing the commotion and the screams of his men, fled from the camp in terror. The attack lasted 6 hours and into the dawn. Unable to find the Sultan in the camp, Vlad retreated with his forces back into the mountains. Though he had failed to deal the death blow, the psychological impact of this attack was...
That's what I'm wondering. Every time I watch like a medieval fight, I'm like, how do they know which one's the king? Like, if you want to hide yourself, just throw away your crown or something.
...felt to the entire Ottoman army. The Sultan was found by his guard, and according to a Janissary source, had to be dragged back, as he was too afraid to return to the camp on his own power. And none of the Ottoman forces wished to pursue Dracula. As the terror of the night raid had gripped them so greatly, they were certain that to follow him meant death. One Janissary writes about how the night raid had affected the Turks by saying, quote, "Although the Romanian prince had a small army, we always advanced with great caution and fear, and spent nights sleeping in ditches that were surrounded with stakes. But even in this manner, we were not safe, for during one night the Romanians struck at us. They massacred several thousand Turks. The Sultan had incurred great losses." Vlad's attack had failed to get the desired result, and Vlad Dracula was feeling the pressure. But the Sultan fared little better. He was humiliated and terrified. It's documented that he ordered his men to round up as many Wallachians as they could and slaughter them to sate his rage. Ottoman noble Tursun Beg writes, quote, "Their heads were cut off to nourish the swords, for as the Quran says, the powerful sword must fall upon them and split them in two. So 3,700 infidels were brought to the Sultan alive."
So wait, it's like the swords are getting XP? They're leveling up their swords.
Cut in two. The boyars and the nobles of Wallachia, who heard of this, ran to the Sultan to beg for mercy and to appeal to him. In one account, Mehmet asked one noble if he knew where Dracula was hiding. The noble replied that he knew, but when Mehmet asked for the location, the man replied that he could not tell him. Mehmet said that if the man stayed silent, he would be killed. But the noble famously replied, quote, "He was more than ready to die and would not dare to reveal anything about Vlad Dracula." When the Sultan and his followers saw that this noble was more willing to be tortured to death than spark the wrath of Dracula, this sent even more fear through the Ottoman ranks. And it was believed that the Sultan may have remarked, quote, "With such fear surrounding him, Dracula could be unstoppable."
The Forest of the Impaled. Oh no. You filled the full forest with them?
The Ottomans would continue their march towards Dracula's castle, but as they went, the fear they felt was growing steadily greater and greater. And then
see, this is why I'm gonna do a little side rant here. If they just did a movie on that, it would be such a fucking good movie, and you wouldn't even have to add anything. But I don't know why people are obsessed with fiction history lately, which are basically fan fictions based in a point in history. They'll pick like a famous historical figure and then not do anything that they've been through and just invent their own like story. And it's always so bad. It's always so bad. And also they ruined the Napoleon movie, but that's a whole other rant. And it's just, you don't need to invent a story or fiction, because real history, especially from that time, was way more gruesome than anything you could possibly think of.
When they drew near Dracula's home. There they discovered something they hoped was only a legend, and now confirmed to be quite real. Writes Dracula historian...
You guys are citing like games and stuff, but like you expect games to be fiction. But right now it's a real epidemic, like books and stuff. All the books are in that genre. And same with all the movies.
McNally, quote,
like book talk is all of that.
Thousands of stakes of various heights held the remaining carcasses of some 20,000 Turkish captives. Their bodies were in a state of complete decomposition due to the heat of the summer. The ravens and other Carpathian birds of prey, many of which had made their nests within the skulls and remains of their victims. The entire area reeked with the stench of death, the smell of rotting flesh. Dracula had deliberately staged this sinister spectacle as part of his terror tactics to destroy whatever spirit was left in Mehmet after the unsuccessful assassination attempt. According to historical accounts,
they can be good fiction, obviously. Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. Although I don't even know if these counts as historical fiction. They're just period fiction. That's different. I'm talking like things like The White Queen and a court of Thorn and that book. All the book talk stuff. They're so cringe, man.
The forest of the impaled stretched all around Dracula's castle 6 miles in any direction. The Turks were left in an absolute panic, but what was worse, Dracula capitalized on that fear. As the Turks marched their way fearfully through the forest, any that strayed from the main group were set upon by Dracula and his forces, sowing even greater fear. Mehmet could no longer handle himself and ordered an immediate retreat from Wallachia. As his terrified army fled back to the Ottoman lands, Dracula's forces continued to attack and harass them, setting them into even more of a panic. When Mehmet returned to his home, it was without victory, and an ignominious one at that. It was a humiliating defeat, and the legendary Vlad Dracula, Lord Impaler, with a smaller force, had routed and sent back the Ottoman Sultan through the use of psychological warfare and terror tactics. Mehmet would never forget or forgive this defeat, but all of the Christian Europe would celebrate Vlad's victory.
The Northman was good. They just yelled the whole time, "I am Bearman!" If you made a movie on Dracula, it would just be, you just go through the whole story, the political tension, the back and forth scheming, the plots, and the plotting and the wars. You'd go through this whole movie and you'd build up how he gradually plays into the legend of Dracula and becomes more and more fearsome until he becomes a myth. Because in that time, it was all about rumors and hearsay and what the people would say about you. And those rumors would travel very fast. Extremely fast. And then, at the end of the movie, you can just portray him full-blown into his transformation. But I wouldn't even play into him being an actual vampire. That's too much. I think the movie would just be good talking about how he portrayed himself and like all the gruesome acts he's done. Goodwin, thank you for the Twitch sub. Gladiator and Braveheart are more fiction and they work. Yeah, true. And they do use some historical character. I guess it all depends on the writing. No, the one staring Luke Evans, he is a vampire in that movie. Well, 300 is fiction. Yes. Well, they use like characters that have existed, but it's like very loosely based on that. And they talk about like one fight, but yeah.
From all the way to Spain to the Balkans' highest points. Vlad's name was hailed as a hero.
No worries, good one.
But for Vlad Dracula, no good deed goes unpunished. Do you remember Vlad's brother Radu? His story was quite horrific.
Wait.
Known as Radu the
Wait, that's a dude?
Handsome for his looks, the Sultan Mehmet had made sexual advancements on him as early as the age of 15, and though Radu had initially resisted, he eventually succumbed. He was loyal to his lover and to the Ottoman Empire. Plus, as Vlad's brother, he had just as much claim to the Wallachian
a medieval femboy
throne as Vlad did. Mehmet used this as his means to get revenge on Vlad. He sent Radu to Wallachia to charm and win over the Dacians, Hungarians, and Transylvanians, and convinced them to help him remove Vlad and put himself on the throne. Since Mehmet had left Wallachia and was no longer an immediate threat, the boyars and nobles quickly forgot about Vlad's heroism and brave actions, and agreed with the charismatic Radu. Vlad was furious and wrote to Matthias Corvinus, the king of Hungary, to send him troops to help him expel Radu for good. And even the Pope expected Corvinus to aid Vlad at this time. But Matthias had grown jealous of Vlad's victories and fame, and was quite suspicious of him. The Saxons, who were still angry at Vlad for his treatment of them in 1459, saw their chance, and forged letters that implicated Vlad as agreeing to work with the Turks to overthrow Hungary. More than willing to accept these forgeries as real, despite all the evidence to the contrary, Matthias arrested and imprisoned Vlad Dracula.
Wow, misinformation worked even back then.
Everyone, including Matthias's own advisors and chronicler, were astounded by his actions, going so far to accuse the Hungarian king as being in league with the Turks. Needless to say, Pope Pius II, who was a bit of a fan of Vlad's, was furious at the Hungarian king's actions, demanding to know why he'd imprisoned Dracula. Knowing the letters wouldn't be enough to sway the Pope, Matthias began concocting stories and legends about Vlad Dracula, many of which you've likely heard attributed to him by modern storytellers and historians seeking to demonize the man
Master of Whisper. Yeah.
today. Matthias began using his money to push the world's first recorded incident of fake news. Using the newly invented printing press, Matthias began publishing pamphlets and flyers telling people of, quote, the frightening and truly extraordinary story of a wicked, blood-drinking tyrant called Prince Dracula. These pamphlets told in graphic detail how Vlad supposedly boiled people alive, forced parents to eat their own children broiled, made husbands eat their wives' breasts, and forced Tatars to swallow their own semen, and many more disgusting
medieval
and
Fox
horrific
News.
things. Before anyone here suggests the validity of these stories, it's important to note that when analyzing the first German set published, the text simply lists atrocity after horrible atrocity without ever mentioning once any form of reason or context behind them, claiming they were all done as mere sadism or wickedness. But by now, as I hope you come to understand, Vlad did nothing without cause or reason. It's also important to note that Dracula was
They used to distribute pamphlets a lot. And the pamphlets were usually caricature or like drawings of authority figures.
beloved by the peasants of his home, and if any of these stories were remotely true, it's hard to believe that they would adore him the way they did. In fact, in many respects, Vlad Dracula was seen as a savior of Wallachia. While it can't be denied that Dracula did resort to cruel punishments, they were never without cause or merit, and as stated before, such punishments as impalement were not uncommon at the time, not even for the Balkans. In fact, Stephen the Great, one of Romania's celebrated heroes, once had 2,300 Wallachians impaled.
Jeez!
And as for the Saxons, they had impalement listed as a proper form of punishment for a variety of crimes. The difference between Dracula and his contemporaries, though, was twofold. One was in the quantity. Dracula clearly was far more prepared to deal out these punishments.
True, technically I am the Fox News.
On a large scale, though it could be argued this was for tactical purposes, to strike fear in the hearts of his enemies. The other was his unyielding willingness to oppose the Ottomans. In a time when the Balkan lands were riled in indecisiveness, fear, and chaos, such a man who was so unafraid to get his hands dirty and take the fight to the enemy was a polarizing presence. To his citizens and peasants who had nothing left to lose and wanted peace and justice to reign, he was a hero and saint who they rallied to. But to the nobles, boyars, and kings who were used to diplomacy and were not as affected by Ottoman oppression in their own houses, Dracula was a threat to the fragile peace they sought for. For them, it was not about destroying the Ottomans, just lessening the pain of their presence. Dracula to them had to be removed.
Would you guys live in a castle like that?
Dracula was imprisoned in 1462 and was held captive for 13 years, all the way until 1475.
13 years?
In that time, Radu the Handsome, his younger brother, became the voivode of Wallachia, and under his rule, the Ottomans enjoyed free reign and entry into Wallachian lands, without the fear of the Lord Impaler. The peasantry was now cowering in fear of the Ottoman Empire.
Yes, but think about the electricity bill. It must cost a fortune to heat up that place.
Again. According to rumor, Vlad was a model prisoner, though his countenance was threatening, and he demanded often to know how long he would be falsely held.
Yeah, if there's a double-sided fridge, I'll take you up on that offer.
And he got his answer in 1475. A Moldavian noble, Bazarab Leota, invaded Wallachia and killed Radu. The moment he ascended to the throne, he promised the Ottomans not only free access to Wallachia, but Moldavia as well. Stephen of Moldavia, who had at one point been one of Dracula's greatest enemies, was now backed into a corner. Wallachia was no longer a buffer anymore, but an open path for the Ottomans to sack their lands. In a letter written to Matthias of Hungary, Stephen requested the immediate removal of Bazarab from the Wallachian throne, and the enthroning of the Christian Prince Dracula with whom they could collaborate. Matthias agreed. He freed Vlad immediately, declared him the true ruler of Wallachia, and even offered him his first cousin, Justina Silgai, in marriage. His first wife died not long after Vlad had been imprisoned. However, Matthias was worried about Dracula's abilities. After all, the Lord Impaler had been imprisoned for 13 years. Was he still the feared and dread Lord Impaler that he used to be? To make sure that he could get accustomed to normal society again, Matthias set him up in a small house in Pest so he could recuperate and become accustomed to the world again. During that time, an officer of the Hungarian court broke into Dracula's home in search of
that's probably his morbing arc.
A runaway criminal that he believed was hiding in Dracula's house. Dracula immediately decapitated the officer with one swing of his sword.
Whoa.
When Matthias asked why Dracula had killed the officer, Dracula responded thusly, quote, "I did not commit any crime. It is the police official who committed suicide. Anyone will perish in this way should he, like a thief, invade the house of a great ruler such as myself. If this man had come to me first and explained the situation to me, and if then the criminal had been found in my own home, I myself would have delivered the criminal over to him and would have pardoned him."
Yeah, that guy is absolute cinema. We need to cast him in the next movie. That's a box office hit.
Matthias was pleased. Dracula hadn't changed a bit, and he needed Dracula now more than ever. But it was time to test his skill in battle. Matthias named Dracula a captain in his army and sent him into various battles in 1476. He won many notable victories in Bosnia and Serbia. Vlad even offered assistance to his once enemy Stephen of Moldavia. He urged Stephen not to engage the Turks until he had joined up with them. He needed a few more days to reach him. Why? Because he was having his men chop down trees near the main road to block it off.
Oh, thank God.
When he finally joined
They're chopping trees this time. We're safe, guys.
Up with Stephen and attacked, the terrified Turks tried to flee, only to be blocked by the tree trunks
My
that
dog
blocked
is calling
the main
me.
road. Vlad had left these trees to hinder their escape, and had done so successfully. By August of 1476, the Turks were completely driven from Moldavia. And with Moldavia safe again, and back in the hands of Stephen, Stephen was more than happy to offer his aid to Dracula in retaking his home of Wallachia. In November of the same year, Bazarab was forced to flee to the Ottoman Empire, and Dracula was again crowned ruler of Wallachia. But some of the nobles of Transylvania were afraid Dracula would attack them or harm them for the subjugation to Bazarab. To their surprise, though, Dracula restored trade with them and wrote to the officials saying, quote, "God has opened the roads to you everywhere. Therefore go now freely where you like and feed yourselves, and God will be pleased." The thing the Turks feared the most was coming to pass in the Balkans. Christian solidarity. For the first time, largely thanks to Dracula, Hungary, Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia were working together. But, sadly, the third reign of Dracula was short. Only a month long, in fact. Details and accounts differ on what exactly happened, but what we do know is that in January 1477, Dracula was attacked, cut down, and his head decapitated and sent to the Ottomans. The most likely account of his death was written by Austrian chronicler Jacob Unrest in the 15th century. Quote, Dracula was killed with great cunning because the Turks wished to avenge the great enmity with which they had borne against them for so long, and also the great damage he inflicted upon them. They hired...
Sorry, my dog is more of a tyrant than Vlad, and he needed the door to be opened right now. Then he was taking so long to return back, I just left the door open to come back.
Hired a Turk, posing as one of the servants, with the mission to kill him while
Rip
he
Vlad?
served him. The Turk was apparently instructed to attack Dracula from the back. He was then to cut off the head and bring it back on horseback to their Sultan. When the Sultan received Dracula's head, he thrust it atop the highest stake in Constantinople as proof to all the city of his death. Dracula was 47 years old at the time of his death, and only a fraction of it was spent ruling his people, though all of it helped him to become a legend.
That guy spent a lot of time in prison, man. Was full wawa.
Kurt W. Triptow, the most recent author of Dracula's biography, said this of Dracula, quote, Vlad was both a heroic and tragic figure, a man who tried to shape history, but also one shaped by it. Vlad's greatness lies in the fact that he sought to rise above the limits placed upon him by time and place. It is natural to root for the underdog, the one who stands up to fight for what he believes is right against all odds. His heroic defiance of the most powerful empire of his day is, above all, what secured his place in the history of Europe. Vlad Dracula is notable for more than just this. It's important to note that thanks to his time in the service of the Ottomans as their captive, he had much to gain from cooperation with them. Had Dracula only been submissive and complacent, the Ottomans would have taken care of him.
I thought he was gonna say submissive and breedable for a sec.
Sure, he was wealthy and given money, wives, and land. But Dracula never submitted, never gave in, and was outspokenly in opposition to them. So much so that his entire life would be met by betrayal, not only from the Ottomans, but from his family and his allies. Even Matthias, the king who he swore allegiance to, would betray him and run his good name through the mud. It's also necessary to restate that despite his diabolical reputation, Dracula was an outspoken Christian. He was often seen in the company of Romanian Orthodox monks and was fond of the monasteries in Trismania and Snagov, both of which he visited often. When imposing the death penalty, he always offered Christian burial rites. He founded the monastery of Comana, sent donations to Mount Athos, and laid the groundwork for a Romanian Orthodox church in his country. And upon constructing a fortress at Bucharest, it could be argued that he laid the foundations for the modern-day country of Romania. But alas, history does repeat itself. Where Vlad Dracula would build and unify once, later would propaganda and sensationalism demonize him. And thanks to Bram Stoker's work, Dracula's name is once again branded with the hot iron of sadistic, cruel, and evil. Though Stoker knew little of medieval Romania, and even less of Vlad, he loved the name and the propaganda that had been spread thanks to Matthias, and thus found a great name for his new monster. Though Vlad may be popular today in the West, it is not because of the good he did for Romania, or for his staunch and dedicated devotion to his country and his faith, but rather for the lies and slander spoken of him by those who feared him and were jealous of him. In the popular anime Hellsing Ultimate, the vampire Alucard reveals his identity as Vlad Dracula in the 8th episode, in which all the souls of people he's consumed are released. Among them, Alexander Anderson and Enrico Maxwell remark on how, among those legions, are not only Ottoman forces, but also the Wallachian peasants and soldiers he brutally murdered and feasted on.
The Kazan and the Yenicheri forces.
Malekius. It can't be. You consumed them. Your own soldiers. Your own subjects. You... Dracula!
Was this a good anime?
Such a grotesque and horrific assumption of Dracula is not uncommon today, thanks in large part to this propaganda. As said before, Dracula was beloved by his subjects and by the peasantry. If he was truly one to consume and devour his own subjects, it's not likely he would have earned their respect and devotion. And yet at the same time, such terror was exactly what Dracula sought to inspire in his enemies. Terror of the dread Lord Impaler. Though his reputation turned against him on more than one occasion, it was through it that he brought temporary stability and even unity to Romanian lands. Of all the heroes of Christendom in the past, of all the men and women who stood opposed to oppression, evil, and injustice, few can be held in as high regard as Vlad III Dracula, a man who abandoned comfort for war, who chose to be feared rather than respected, who fought against endlessly impossible odds, but always with a will to bring liberty to his home, and with a sense of justice so fierce it frightened even his allies. The man who would be described as a monster with traces of a man. Truly, no name can carry a legacy quite like that of Vlad Dracula.
Yeah, but he would have never been so famous if the guy didn't make a book where the villain is called Count Dracula.
Dread Lord Impaler.
It was a good video. Yeah, mustache though. That's how you can recognize the chat at one glance. Yeah, geez, get a room, narrator. Good one, good one. Alright, what was the next one we're supposed to watch? Movies that ended career. Am I gonna get upset if I watch this? When you actually become the character, Daniel Day-Lewis? Is that Gangs of New York? Oh yeah, you guys wanted to watch the Friedrin versus Galadriel.
Okay, the charm.
Apparently Flynn model lower half got exposed on recent stream. Yeah, I saw this flying around on Twitter. After all of this, we met Vlad, smash or pass? Oh, definitely smash. Let me just get my dog inside so I don't have to do like a lazy react chair stream. I'll be... just give me like 5. Yeah, because I don't really like leaving while we're watching something, but you know, sometimes nature calls, or should I say, nature barks.
After being sent to the Shadow Realm twice by Toho, I hope this time I can outfox them and keep this video. I took the time to not only cut the clips that they claim were infringing copyright, I also reworked the script and added new content to clarify my points, so those who have seen the video before have something new to watch as well. Anyway, let's go. Hey kid, are you interested in a story about an overpowered elf girl who, after a tragic loss, travels through a fantasy realm to fight evil alongside diverse, quirky characters? If you thought I was talking about the Lord of the Rings of Power, you'd be wrong. Let's face it, the Rings of Power had a chance to be a good show, but ultimately failed to capture the whimsical nature of Tolkien's work.
Yeah.
Luckily, Frieren,
Can't exactly put my finger on why it totally failed, but even the hairstyles of the male characters were jarring to me. I'm gonna maul watching this video, aren't I?
On Journey's End, or So no Frieren, is everything the Rings of Power wishes it could be, and does more justice to Tolkien's work without even using the same name or characters. But what I found most interesting is the surprising similarities between Frieren and Galadriel, as they both share similar character traits, motivations, and even some of the same flaws. Of course, just having those traits doesn't necessarily make a character well written. I know there are a ton of YouTubers who already ragged on Galadriel, calling her a Mary Sue, and even speculating that she may in fact be Sauron in disguise. So
Mary
it's great
Sue?
to have Frieren as an example of how you could make a likable Galadriel. I highly recommend you watch at least episode 1 of Sauson of Frieren for context. It's only around 20 minutes long, and you will pretty much get everything you need to know about the story and the character. And while I'm not planning to spoil anything that you wouldn't find in the synopsis, it may lessen the impact of your initial viewing experience. For fairness, I guess you can watch the first episode of Rings of Power too. Also,
No.
I gotta be honest with you, whatever character analysis I do on Galadriel may not even be accurate. Since her character is so one-dimensional, I'm afraid I might make her sound too complex and interesting than she actually is. With all that out of the way, let's start. Both Frieren and Galadriel set off on their adventure after the death of a loved one. For Galadriel, it was her older brother Finrod, and for Frieren, it was her friend and fellow adventurer Himmel. Both shows make it pretty clear that those deaths had a massive impact on the protagonists.
Full disclosure, Ring of Power was ass. Still gonna watch the next season when it drops though, because I'm just gonna hope. I'm gonna hope. My name is Rima Evenstar after all. After the Evenstar necklace in Lord of the Rings. I'm just hoping that it gets better. That they listen to criticism. And yeah.
And kickstarted the whole story. So I think it's important to take a look specifically at how those tragic events are presented to the audience. After all, if the viewers are to stick around for the journey, they have to be empathetic to the goals of the protagonists. To make the death of a loved one impactful, a writer has to make them likable or at least establish a strong bond between them and the protagonist. The stronger the bond, the more tragic the loss is to both the protagonist
True.
and the viewer. Most writers know this, so they spend time building up the loved one in the story. There are a ton of great examples. So let's see how the Rings of Power and Sauson of Frieren handled this trope. In the Rings of Power, we get to see Galadriel's childhood and Finrod's role in it. Finrod appears to be a caring older brother and a mentor to Galadriel. At least that's what I think the show is trying to establish. The lesson Finrod teaches doesn't really make sense.
Why do all the male elves have short hair in this thing? Oh, hey, Tenza. It sounds MLP coded blasphemy. Well, I don't remember any short-haired elf in the original movies.
Stone sees only downward. The darkness of the water is vast and irresistible.
I think the writer is trying to make the scene appear more deep and profound, but lacks the wisdom to actually make it profound.
Yeah.
The worst thing is that having Galadriel and Finrod just sitting around talking in a monotonous voice doesn't help establish a strong familial bond. Not only is it visually boring, it makes the relationship appear cold and distant.
But you must learn to discern them for yourself. I won't always be here to speak them to you.
You won't?
I'm just as confused as Galadriel. Why would Finrod say that? I hope he's not implying that he will die, because the show establishes that death isn't even a concept among the elves at this point.
We had no word for death, for we thought our joys would be unending.
So technically he could always be around. Then again, I'm not sure he wants to. There's nothing to indicate that they actually like each other. When he tells her to come home with him, Galadriel just stands there and watches him go alone. Why? I don't get it. I thought they were meant to have a close relationship. Why couldn't you have them walk together, hold hands maybe? Maybe have her looking up at him while they walk next to each other. Anything to show the two are actually
You guys can't even see me because my tracking is not that precise, but I'm shaking my head the whole time in disappointment.
close. Look, I know what the show is trying to symbolize with Finrod leaving her alone, but it wasn't earned yet, which is why I doubt anyone in the audience felt sad when Finrod went to war or when he was killed. We didn't even see him say goodbye to Galadriel before going to war. We don't even see anyone mourn his death besides Galadriel, and even she barely mustered out a tear. One could argue that these elves still don't quite understand the concept of death, but I'd argue it would be a good time to show them emotional and vulnerable. For such an important plot beat, the Rings of Power utterly failed to signify the importance of Finrod and the tragedy of his death. The episode is 1 hour long. Could they not have squeezed in a few scenes of Finrod and Galadriel doing something fun together? Or show the moment Galadriel hears about her brother's death? Galadriel is an adult by the time Finrod dies. Could we not have had a scene where Galadriel shows concern about Finrod?
It's like before Itachi kills like his entire family, you need to see like a bunch of scenes between him and Sasuke, like brotherly bondings and stuff.
Going to another war campaign, his death could have been a warning to Galadriel about the dangers of vengeful obsessions. There are so many ways of making this good, and they used none of them. But no, Finrod was nothing more than a plot device to justify Galadriel's insane actions throughout the show. Anyway, let's see how Frierin's relationship with Himmel is handled in So No Frieren. Unlike the Rings of Power, So No Frieren uses a lot of visual storytelling. You can basically watch the show on mute or without subs and still follow the story pretty well. And the show uses this to great effect to establish relationships and signified narrative changes. Just look at the first interaction between Frieren and Himmel. Frierin's face is covered by the book like a wall between her and the rest of the world. Himmel calls her by her name, making her drop that wall. Look at the framing of the shot and how Frieren enters it. She could have been sitting in that shot already, but no, she raises into the frame, almost like she was in her own world until now. Despite there being 4 characters, Frieren, Himmel, Heiter, and Eisen, Frieren is almost always in frame next to Himmel, signifying Himmel's importance in Frieren's life, especially compared to the other 2 party members. The dialogue too doesn't waste time to establish who they are, their relationship, and even some future events. It feels like a natural conversation and already gives plenty of information for the audience to get a feel for each character. Much like Galadriel, Frieren has that elfish stoicism and appears detached from the other party members. Elves in this anime live for thousands of years, so Frieren perceives the passage of time differently than her human or dwarf companions. So there's a good reason why Himmel also says something along the lines of "I won't always be around," but in a much more subtle way. And it works better than the Rings of Power because it's a human telling this to an elf. Now, if this was Rings of Power, this would be the last time we see Himmel. Maybe we see him die in battle and then Frieren standing at his grave. But no, this is So No Frieren, and it's not done making you fall in love with these characters. The show doesn't waste time developing these characters further, highlighting their core traits, their weaknesses, flaws, and their outlook on one another.
I knew the priest would be like the funny, silly guy. Like priests in anime are either like dorky, like kind of lewd at times, or maybe I'm just brain rotted. I'm gonna stop talking now.
We get to see flashbacks of their adventures beyond their heroism, which humanizes them and makes them more relatable. It does feel like these characters were adventuring for 10 years. The only one who doesn't feel that is Frieren, who sees 10 years as a measly amount of time, once again highlighting the difference in her perception of time compared to the other party members. She doesn't see the significance of a 10-year-long adventure, which foreshadows the central conflict that will occur later in the show. As the party watches the meteor shower, Frieren offers to take her friends to a place with a better view next time, in 50 years. Himmel looks concerned for a second, but simply chuckles and agrees. Again, for Frieren, 50 years is nothing, and she doesn't even entertain the idea that they won't be able to do it, and Himmel doesn't correct her assumptions. Of course, for us as the viewers, the subtle visuals make us doubt that will even happen. So now, you're probably thinking, oh, I see. They made a promise to go together, she leaves for 50 years, but when she comes back, she finds out that Himmel was killed by an evil demon, so she sets off an adventure to avenge him, right? Nope, he's alive and well, he's just old. She wants to go to see the meteor shower, causing conflict. They all meet up and go see the meteor shower. Huh, now I got you. On their journey, a demon attacks and kills her party.
Why doesn't the priest age?
He's setting her on a revenge quest. They all successfully reach the location and enjoy the meteor shower. Unlike Finrod, Himmel is not just a plot device. He's a character with his own identity and one that is easy to like. In fact, I'd argue that we, as the audience, begin to appreciate Himmel more than Frieren does. And it's only been like 14 minutes. I don't know if you felt like this when you were watching the first episode, but the moment Frieren left, my anxiety levels were starting to rise. Throughout the montage of Frieren living by herself, I couldn't help but think about Himmel. In my mind, I was like, is he alright? Is he alive? Frieren, you fool, go visit him, damn it. And there was plenty of foreshadowing to make me feel that way. Even before they set out to see the meteor shower, there was plenty of visual storytelling that made it clear what's going to happen. This will be Himmel's final adventure.
No, I haven't seen this show. It came out fairly recently. I got really busy. It should have came out when I wasn't busy.
Once again, So No Frieren takes time to showcase the importance of Himmel's death by letting the audience be part of the funeral. and it's full of well thought out visual storytelling. Like this wide shot where we see Frieren at the
Okay, I'll watch
center
it.
with an empty space next to her. Think how many times we saw her in the same shot with Himmel, but now he's not there. Unlike Galadriel, Frieren understands the concept of death. She has seen plenty of it over the thousands of years that she lived, so it makes sense that she's stoic during the funeral. Some of the locals even shame her for not showing any sadness.
That girl was one of Himmel's companions. I've yet to even see her frown. How heartless.
But again, for an elf, a human's life is very short and insignificant. And yet...
I'll watch it.
Last time I played a bit more of the scene
I'll watch it after I watch the next season of Rings of Powers to cleanse my eyes.
that I should have. So this time, if you want to see the funeral scene, you're gonna have to watch the full episode. Trust me, it's done in a tasteful and artistic way and truly kickstarts the whole series. Even describing it won't do it justice. But yeah, Rings of Power wishes it had a scene like that. There was no need for any demons or villains to come in and kill the loved one. In all cases, the Himmel died the best possible way, peacefully, among his best friends. The real tragedy is Frieren realizing too late that her friends' lives are short and that she missed out on making many great memories with them. It's a far more relatable introspection that many grieving people feel. Frieren doesn't have some big bad evil guy to focus on killing to make herself feel better. She has to deal with her guilt and regret in other ways. Luckily, Hyter and Isen comfort her, letting her and the audience know that she still has two friends who are there for her, and maybe she will learn to appreciate them more. Meanwhile, I have no idea what Galadriel is thinking or feeling. I don't really know what kind of introspection she's having, besides acknowledging the horrors of war and choosing to seek out vengeance against the one who killed her brother. But not before stealing the blade out of Finrod's cold dead hands. Wouldn't it have been great to see her comforted by her friends instead? Does she even have friends? Does Finrod have any friends? Maybe that's why she chose...
Isn't she... She's like the character that I think no one likes in that show. She's like not very likable.
to deal with grief in such a toxic way. By the way, do you know why she took Finrod's blade? It's because the writers thought it's so clever to have a blade symbolize Finrod. Look, it's like her brother is besides her, guiding her and protecting her. The writers didn't even realize they were literally objectifying Finrod. Would it not have been more meaningful if you gave her that blade, rather than her prying it out of her brother's corpse? Again, it would have been something to show their relationship. In Frieren's case, we see her look at the ring after the funeral, implying that it's something she got from Himmel. It's not yet clear what the significance of the ring is, but I'm sure we will find out later in the series. Himmel himself made sure that he will not be forgotten by anyone, especially Frieren. He also appears in flashbacks and in the characters that Himmel helped in the past. His existence improved many lives and inspired many heroic deeds. It's a presence that never leaves Frieren's side, even if Himmel is dead. Finrod, on the other hand, he has one statue, I guess, amongst other elves who died in battle. He doesn't appear exceptional in that way. And again, because we never see any more scenes between him and Galadriel, it's really hard to empathize with Galadriel's quest. So I guess the blade is better than nothing. You could still do something with it. It could be used like Luffy's hat, where she gives it to someone important to her, but they don't, so I don't know why I'm bringing it up. But you may be thinking, Trend, we hear you. These scenes are important, but what about the main characters? Which elf girl is better? What makes them similar or different? Okay, spoiler warning for episodes beyond the first episode. This is for both Frieren and Rings of Power. If this video...
So what's her quest then?
is not taken down, you will still be able to come back and watch this video fully. Look, I think it's pretty obvious which character will be better written. But you're right, I did say there's a lot to compare between Galadriel and Frieren. I don't really subscribe to the idea that Galadriel is being a Mary Sue. While the show is definitely trying to portray Galadriel as a tough and capable warrior that is liked or feared by others, her actions and dialogue make her out to be a highly flawed character. Remember when I mentioned elven stoicism? Yeah, Galadriel struggles with that one. In many scenes, we see her barely holding her emotions in. She always looks like she's about to snap. You know you're in trouble when Sauron tells you to keep it calm.
Show some restraint. Let's try not to antagonize these people.
Then if blood be the price of passage, I will pay it. But one way or another, I will depart.
If she had Darth Vader's force choke abilities, her arm would get tired from using it too much. The only time I remember seeing her happy is when she's riding that horse. And it's such a brief moment that the filmmakers decided to slow-mo that scene. just to have a longer take of her smiling.
God,
The rest of the
that
time
seems
she's
demonic.
arguing, whining about her trauma, glaring at people, or standing around like an idiot. Look at this scene where the volcano is erupting and molten rocks are falling on the villagers. Galadriel, why are you standing there? Rocks are falling, people are dying. Aren't you gonna help them? Show some leadership? Hell, some self-preservation perhaps. Why are you standing there looking confused? It's not that difficult to understand what's happening. Go, help them.
I hate when they do that in movies. They stand there for so long, or they talk for so long.
Okay, I'll guess you'll die. When she's not acting like an idiot, she finds a way to make herself more unlikable. Every reply she says sounds like the renegade option in a video game.
I will take my chances on the skiff.
Leave a little choice with the sharp for your minders.
Suppose the words never manage to escape your throat.
You do well to identify what it is that your opponent most fears.
And exploit it.
No.
Surprisingly enough, I think Galadriel's likability comes out most when she's interacting with Hellbrand. I'm not gonna lie, there is a sort of chemistry between the two. It's not as strong as Fioren's and Himmel's, but it is there.
Don't tell me. Tavern brawl.
Sedition.
Much like Fioren, Galadriel struggles to relate to others, but in a slightly different way. She lacks manners and diplomacy skills, often treating others as lessers.
Who is this mortal who speaks to me as if he has the slightest idea who I am?
So she often makes her own mission more difficult. That's why it's nice to have Hellbrand trying to help her navigate social conventions.
So by your standards, I am in this cell because I am yet to identify what the Queen most fears.
My very low standards, yes.
And I suppose you did, having met her for all of a few moments.
During which you managed to demand a ship, insult her people, defy her orders, none of which quickened her pulse.
He's also the one who makes her acknowledge her own flaws and open up more.
I have been searching for my peace for longer than you know. Please, for both our sakes, let me keep it.
Yeah, true, the villain's the good guy there. I thought they were making her like a shonen protagonism, just Hodor. Just a strong character with not much else, and every other character is supposed to make... Because they do that sometimes the main character is like the most bland character, but the side character is what makes it interesting. But the side characters around her aren't interesting either, so it doesn't work.
Perhaps some peace could do you good as well.
There is a semblance of a good character dynamic there. However, it would be better if they weren't Galadriel and Sauron, because I don't like the idea of this Galadriel becoming the kind and caring Galadriel from the Lord of the Rings because of Sauron's guidance. It just doesn't...
Oh my god, it just hit me that she's supposed to be her. Ugh. What? That's like too... I'm just remembering watching all of this stuff about this show, and wow, I think yeah, Jesus, it's bad. I remember that was what I was thinking. I was like, this isn't like Galadriel at all. Like a totally other character. Like the elves are a little stoic because they act like a highborn, but they're always like very graceful and principled.
I feel right.
It's not poison, if that's your concern. Not for humans, anyway.
But let's be fair, Frieren also has immature qualities. But much like the funeral scene, everything is spaced out to make sure the audience actually likes Frieren and relates to her despite her quirks and shortcomings. The early episodes of So No Frieren are all about establishing characters and the world. She's a stoic, intelligent mage who likes to collect spells. While appearing to be calm and collected, she's not beyond getting into trouble, being lazy, naive, or quirky. More importantly, she's quite detached from others, often struggling to relate to humans and their sentimentality. It's only after Himmel's death does she begin to address her flaws. But even then, we see that it's a slow process and not one that she can overcome on her own. That's why Fern, an apprentice that Hytor left for Frieren to take care of, is such an important character in the story. Remember when I told you about my frustration with Frieren when she was wasting her time while Himmel was getting old? That's basically Fern. She's there to spur Frieren on to stop her from wasting precious time. Unlike Himmel, Fern is not going to chuckle 50 years away. Look at the fear in her eyes when Frieren says she will end her search soon. Frieren works great as the audience's POV and lets them explore Frieren's more vulnerable and relatable sides. It's something that the Rings of Power is not willing to do with Galadriel. I don't know anything about Galadriel. I only know her quest for revenge, but that's about it. She's basically Xandar from Drawn Together.
I am Xander. I'm on a never-ending quest to save my girlfriend. I'm on a never-ending quest to save my girlfriend. I am on a never-ending quest to save my girlfriend.
But even Xandar had more personality than Galadriel. Unlike Galadriel, Frieren doesn't sit around on her rank or laurels. Even though she defeated a Morgoth-sized enemy and became the hero of the land, Frieren isn't above helping villagers clean the beach or summon some flowers to make the garden look nice. But here's the cool thing. Frieren takes 7 episodes to finally introduce a real threat, and many viewers who had fun watching this quirky elf will be taken aback by the change in tone and Frieren's behavior. As the audience, we don't even need to know
that? Is that the villain? I like them.
Story between Frieren and demons yet. The shift in her character is enough to indicate how she feels about them and lets us infer what may have happened in the past. This part of the story is also where Frieren and Galadriel are the most similar. Both elves hate
He's hot. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that show.
the main monsters that they battle, and they execute them without remorse.
Let's talk this through!
Surprisingly enough, Galadriel is actually the more merciful between the two elves, as she has concerns over what her pursuit of vengeance is turning her into.
Before I drive my dagger into your poisoned heart, I will whisper in your piced ear that all your offspring are dead, and the scourge of your kind ends with you.
It would seem I'm not the only elf alive that's being transformed.
Wait, that's the dude from Game of Thrones. That's Jon Snow. That's Jon Snow's uncle. I don't remember who the fuck this character was. I think I blocked that whole memory of this series out of my mind. And Rings of Power Galadriel always looks constipated, like literally no other expressions than that expression. I feel like they just casted her because of her eyes. Like her eyes are very like cat-like. And it's a very interesting shape. Like she has an interesting face, but aside from that, honestly, it's a writing at the core. It's a writing mistake at the core. Yeah, it's Uncle Benji.
It's not a bad idea, and if executed well, I'd actually have to give a point to Rings of Power for this one. And so no Frieren remains as cold as ever when confronted by demons. She's not conflicted by her actions at all. And while the show gives us good reason to hate demons too, you can't help but feel sorry for them. Yes, demons have no empathy, they're just evil, so you shouldn't feel sorry for them. But I do, because this brutal depiction of demon slaying does portray Frieren as a danger. It makes her out to be as deceitful and merciless to demons as demons are to others. But if you want to debate the ethics of slaying,
the demon girl was cute. I feel bad when demons die sometimes in animes. Depends of their like little backstory. Because you always see some flashbacks or you get a little backstory of them before they die. And that's the few seconds where you have to decide if you're going to feel bad for them or not.
these demons, there's a video for that. I'll see you in the comment section.
Oh.
On one hand, it makes Frieren appear like a badass demon slayer. On the other, I'm concerned that the show will not have any stakes or threats coming from the demon side anymore. And yes, you can say that Soso no Frieren is not solely about slaying demons, but I do want to see a bit more conflict there too. Apparently manga readers mentioned I don't need to worry about that, so I'll take their word for it. Of course, I heard that one from manga fans before, so I will keep an eye out. I want to see Frieren take damage or at least break a sweat. Otherwise, that'll be another thing that Frieren and Galadriel have in common. In terms of who did it better,
I'm sure she's gonna break a sweat. How do I always somehow pause on the feet? I'm not doing it on purpose, I swear. You gotta build the anime till there first. You know, obviously, the main character is very strong. And he's gonna win all of his fights, but then comes and that's just to make it so you understand how fucking broken the next villain's gonna be, because the protagonist is gonna struggle.
Pretty sure you can all agree that Freerian has the upper hand. The anime just gives so much more details about the characters, their personalities, their little quirks. It's something that the Rings of Power should have really done with Galadriel. They desperately needed to flesh her out more and strengthen her relationship with Finrod. But the Rings of Power is not just about Galadriel. There's a ton of side characters and side plots that ultimately take away screen time from Galadriel. And unfortunately, none of those stories provide any value to the Tolkien fan.
I hated the cast for her best friend. God. The only the storyline that I liked in Rings of Power was the one of Gandalf. Like, falling from the sky, Gandalf. And he was like, I don't know, like a nature man. I don't even know how to explain it. Comet guy. It was cute.
Like Lord of the Rings and you're willing to give anime a shot, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised by what Soso no Frieren can offer. Thank you for watching the video again. I hope this one will manage to stick around. I appreciate the support I receive from my subscribers who watched the video twice now. I am still a bit of a newbie YouTuber, so I can use these situations as a learning opportunity. If you are new here, I hope you enjoyed this video too. Please consider subscribing if you want to see more content like this.
That was a good video. Damn, it's a re-upload and 250k views. It's pretty good. Oh, it's a very small channel. That was lore breaking, I thought. Is Gandalf supposed to fall from the sky? I don't even know. Oh, there's a Lord of the Rings wiki. Of course there is. Why is it? Okay. Reclaims the lonely mountain from smog. What about his birth? Oh, don't they call him Oloran in the show? He was in his youth. He became one of the Maiar, who served Manwë, Varda, Irmo, and Nienna. He was associated with light and fire, much like Varda. Yet his ways often took him to Nienna, from whom he learned pity and patience. He loved the elves, but walked unseen among them. Where's the part where he falls from the sky? Did they not even... Did they actually just make that up in the show? What? I'm googling it. The Rings of Power. To explain Gandalf's origin, Meteor Man is the beloved wizard from Lord of the Rings. That was one of my favorite characters of the show, though. He was actually kind of likable, but also weird. It seems like Gandalf has made his presence felt in Amazon's Prime Lord of the Rings. Okay. The character in the credits has been noted as the Stranger, but widely known as Meteor Man. He is one of the biggest mysteries of the show. The Rings of Power, based on the lore of Tolkien's books, somewhat works as a direct prequel series to Lord of the Rings to cover the history of Middle-earth. The show is set to explore the war with Sauron in the Second Age and how the rings first came to be forged. Meteor Man also falls from the skies of Middle-earth and is watched by Gil-galad, Elrond, Celebrimbor, Bronwyn, Arondir, and the young Heartfoot Nori. The scene itself could be a hint of who the character might be. He could as easily be Sauron, who is a strong contender, but the fact that fellow hobbits Harfoots found him make him more likely to be Gandalf. Their budding relationship could explain why Gandalf has always been so fond of hobbits. Okay. Tell me. Gandalf is known to be a Maiar, a godlike creature, spirit being who were sent from Valinor to help in the war against evil. However, a majority of lore suggests Gandalf was active on Middle-earth during the Third Age. One known to be active during the Second Age is Olorin. Olorin is also known to be Gandalf. Olorin, who lived with the other Maya in he harbored curiosity about the children. Okay, but where's the part? God damn it, just tell me the lore. Also, Gandalf and the other wizards basically show up looking like old men from the get-go. They just spawn old? Damn, that sucks. The Lord never suggested how Maiar were sent to the Middle-earth, and the stranger's meteor-like landing has made him a possible contender for the role. Okay, so the Lord just never explained that part, so they thought they would. He's known to be thousands of years old and is friends with Elrond, Galadriel, and is known among dwarves. This article sucks. I feel like I read all of that for nothing. Big Leo! Welcome to the Precious Squad! There's also the possibility that Meteor Man is an entirely new creation made especially for the Amazon show. I think I'm gonna end stream now. All of my life force has been sapped by this single sentence. Why? Who suggested that at the board meeting? At the creative meeting? Why? Why must we suffer? One obvious answer is maybe the wizard, though Gandalf didn't make his way to Middle-earth until the Third Age, according to Tolkien. I have cancer. It's possible that showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay have found a way to write around that reality. Or the stranger may be another wizard entirely. Okay. Yeah. It's even worse than what I thought. They wanted Memba Berry? They can't call him Gandalf due to the rights issues, that's why they call him the Stranger? What do you mean? Surely they had the rights because they had Galadriel and Elrond. Nothing in this show says Lord of the Rings. But they have the names of the characters. Yeah, it says 2.0 reveal. Hi, Kayla. Stranger when he falls to the Middle-earth. I have no memory of this place. Yeah, I wonder why. Wow, this is insulting. It's like if you had the best gold mine, you had somebody gave you a treasure, and you could have made whatever you want with that treasure. Anything in the world. All the possibilities. Of all the potential and the options. And you picked to just... Nope. No, I'm not gonna use any of that. I've got a far better idea. And you did your own thing. Pile of poop. They had the rights to the appendix, not other books. Also, that's why they call the hobbits half-foots, but they're hobbits. Oh my god. I thought they were just a new species. Are you serious? Yikes. Why didn't they buy the rights to everything? They cheap out? Wow, that sucks. Wait until the live adaptation of Yakuza comes out. Is it good or not? Yeah, I am dual streaming. Cheap was a factor, I agree. Is this good news or bad news about the Yakuza? Oh, it's Amazon. Yikes. But Amazon could still hire a good writer. Just hire a good writer, no? They told the team not to play the game? Why? What? Actors aren't allowed to review the games? What? Why? But why? They didn't want them to be inspired by the games. Okay. Okay. They want to tell their version of the story. Oh god. I'm sure YouTube has had a great time with that sentence. Oh boy. What's the point of buying out the rights to a franchise if you're not gonna do anything like it? They aren't interested in being faithful to the source material, they're only interested in slapping their stories on the pre-existing characters. Jesus Christ, just make your own character and own story if you're gonna do that. Because then it creates the expectation that it's gonna be canon. And then the Yakuza fans go see the movie, then they get angry. It's like clickbaiting, but to a level where it doesn't reflect what's in the video at all. It's okay to clickbait to make it more engaging and interesting as long as it reflects what the video is about, but once you click on it, the payoff needs to be there. Like, you need to reward them for clicking on it, not be like, fuck you, fuck what you expected, I don't care about that. I can't remember the name, but the current Tolkien estate owner said he wanted it to be like Breaking Bad. That should give you an idea of who is currently in charge. Holy my god. It just gets worse. Yeah, it just gets worse. Oh my god. That's sad. Or maybe anime is the last rampart of creativity. It hasn't been stained too much yet. I'm not sick, but it's like midnight, so I am tired. I never get sick, actually. Breaking Bad, Lord of the Rings edition. Breaking out of Mordor. What's the name of the creepy dude again? Shit. Smeagol. Smeagol escapes from Mordor. Breaking Bad. Lord of the Ring edition. Gollum. Yeah, Gollum. Little Gollum. Could be a game. Instead of Lord of the Rings, what if it was Lord of the Riz? It is pretty funny. Funny thing is, I've been rewatching Lord of the Rings. I haven't watched it in a really long time. Sometimes I'm amazed at how much it's been etched into my memory. And like a character will say something and I still say, I can tell the whole script before they even speak it. But it's like, but I don't do it until I watch the show. Like, I think I forgot it, but no, it just comes naturally, like riding a bike. All right, I'm gonna get off now before I embarrass myself even further. Thanks for hanging out. I'll try to do a stream tomorrow for the Vtuber React, so we can say a proper goodbye to this model. We'll do a booba funeral. Okay, good night, everybody. It's midnight. I am getting off. Been streaming for 4 hours, but thanks for hanging out. It was pretty good. Bye bye.